on a leave of absence. We don't discharge patients from sexual care. We place them on a leave of absence with them. They test the patient. That they test their systems if they can cope with the patient, and they will have a right at the end of that leave of absence for the patient to go back to sexual care to be discharged. In fact, if I remember, I think at the time before during this process was happening, when I was in one of the government meetings, I even asked, where are you going to get these NGOs that will agree to take these patients? I have started with the NGOs at the government meetings. I even asked, where are you
experience of struggling to find placed NGOs that make me aware that NGOs can refuse. They're not obliged to take patients. They can refuse.
Yes, and that would be under ordinary circumstances. Would you agree, Doctor?
Yes, my lady. My opinion is based on assuming that this should not have been. This was not. I'm not doing it as an exceptional circumstances. There was no fire at Life Esidimeni. So if there had been a fire at Life Esidimeni, then I would. Obviously, I would not say the NGOs can refuse. Maybe we would have even placed, assuming all hospitals are finished, we can even place the patient in people's houses. That's an extraordinary circumstance. But under normal circumstances, NGOs have refused and they can always refuse to take patients.
Yes, I hear you mentioning that there was no fire, but from what I understand about how this project was unfolding, there was a lot of agency on the part of the Gauteng Department of Health to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract. Do you agree?
That would have been a self-created agency, not if the agents would arise if Life Esidimeni said, Gauteng Department of Health, we no longer want your patients. Please remove them at the end of this month. That would be an agency. If the person whose patients are being looked after decides to terminate the contract, that's not an agency. They can terminate today, they can terminate next year or 3 years. There's no agency. If it is an agency, a self-created one.
And I believe you must have been amongst those that expressed this sentiment when you were told about the plans to implement this marathon project, correct?
Yes, yes, Councillor, I did raise that. I was the president of SASOP, and SASOP did raise those issues, and I was leading in raising those issues that we should not close down Life Esidimeni in a rapid process.
You spoke of NGOs being able to refuse patients. Now, I just want to give you a fuller picture in this regard, and that is from one of my clients' perspective. I would ask you to turn to page 1468, paragraph 10.
Yes, I'm on the page, and I'm on the paragraph.
If you can just read that paragraph. I don't want to put things in isolation.
Yes, I can just scroll a bit.
Just a second. Yes, you may continue, Mr. Pitlela.
I've been able to identify certain keywords in this portion of the statement. The first one, line number 4. Sorry.
Yes, I've got it.
4, 5, 6, 7. Let's start on line number 7, because where it reads that I discovered that most of the patients were psychiatric patients and not the criteria that I was promised. Now, do you see that is a problem, doctor, to bring, to agree with the NGO that you are going to bring a certain criteria of patients and instead you bring a different criteria?
Yes, my lady, that would be a serious problem, because the NGO, as I've been testifying the past 2 days, they don't have to be able to look after every kind of mental health care user. They will have their own criteria of what their system is ready to look after. So to receive patients that are not their criteria will be a serious problem.
Now, if you read further, you hear Ms. Nube saying, I was coerced to take patients. And that is a few lines down. I was coerced to take the patients and took them to the Denville facility. Now, do you see that is a problem, doctor?
Yes, Council, as I've testified in the past few days, you cannot force an NGO to take patients. This is a non-governmental organization. I would also just go further and say you cannot even force a health facility to take a patient. If they feel the patient is not their criteria, they should be able to say no, they cannot look after that patient. So, and I mean, it would be even worse for an NGO without doctors, without psychiatrists. I would expect to be forced to take patients that do not meet their criteria.
Hence, doctor, I was saying that this was not an ordinary case. It was one that was unfolding under very unusual circumstances. And this is with reference to your statement where you said the NGOs could just refuse to take those patients.
It seems from in the way the patients were going to them, in the way this person is testifying, it looks like they were being forced to take patients who were not meeting their criteria. To them, to the NGOs, must have been extraordinary. But I don't want to accept that from a life estimate point of view. From the discharge process, there was pressure. As I say, there was no fire at life estimate. The life estimate had not bent down. So it may have been extraordinary for the NGOs, I admit, to be forced to take patients who don't meet criteria.
Yes, and turn to page 6284.
Page
6284. Now, this is a statement by one of my clients, Mr. Rofi Franks. We are on paragraph 1. There is a date of the 23rd of June, 2016 there. The second part of that statement, where it starts from what 5 patients came, blah, blah, blah. You can read from there. Now, doctor, here is another incident which should give you a better understanding of what was unfolding at ground level. Nurses come, and this is in accordance with this statement. From what 5 patients came in with no files and identification or medication. Now, would you agree that this is a serious problem? You are receiving 5 patients, they've got no file, they've got no identification, and they don't even have medication.
Council, where are these patients coming from? I just didn't figure that. Are they coming from Cullinan? Are they coming from another ward of the NGO?
They are coming from CCRC. Remember when I said to you that they were on the same premises? So it was a question of moving patients from maybe Ward 5 to Ward 8 or 9 or whatever. So it was happening within the same confines of the yard.
Oh.
Yes. Now the question to you was, do you see the problem now of what was happening?
Yeah,
you are moving 5 patients from one ward. It's like you are taking from one room and placing in another room. There is no assessment happening. There is no consultation happening. You simply just come with 5 patients and say, these are the 5 patients, please take them over. There is no clear independence, demarcation in terms of this is where Anchor ends, Siabadinga starts, CCRC starts. CCRC was just operating just like that.
Yes, even if it was one institution, for instance, you are moving a patient from the medical ward to the surgical ward or to the psychiatric ward, the patient moves with the file, because the patients are not our relatives. They are not our relatives. You know, you can move your relative. You know your relative. The patients are not our relatives, so we may not remember them. So they move with the file.
Yes, I agree with you 100%, doctor. Now listen to this incident, doctor. The nurses from the hospital just left them in the hallway, and they left without telling us the names of all the patients. The ward became very full. Space was limited for patients, as we can only accommodate 25 patients. Hannah Jacobas spoke to one of the nurses and told them that there is not enough space. Now, Hannah Jacobas is one of the employees of the Gauteng Department of Health. She testified already, and she works for the Mental Health Care Directorate. So she's an official of the department. Told these nurses that there is not enough space and they should take some of the patients. Now, here is where it gets interesting, doctor. Thereafter, the previous CEO of Cullinan and Care Rehabilitation Center arrived. She came in with a very bad attitude and said they will not take any patients back. She also said that they dealt with these patients and so can we, and then left. Do you see a problem here, doctor? A serious one.
I'm just going to start a few lines up. Because there's quite a few problems. When you handing over a patient, when you hand over patients, you hand over a patient. You don't hand over like we hand over cows. You know, you can or a flock of sheep. You can move a flock of sheep to your neighbor or to another farm. But patients are handed over one by one. That is, the patient will have a file. And then if they are being handed from nurse to a nurse, the nurse will say, we'll have a handover. I don't want to go give you details, but there will be a handover of that patient to from one nurse to the next nurse. They cannot be handed over as a batch because, as I say, that would be like a flock of sheep. I'm not sure if baby farmers do that, but I don't think that's reckless. That would be negligent. The second part is where you read. I can see that there was there was a pressure. If it is true, if the statement is true, or if the COO said they must deal with the patients because they've dealt with these patients. We manage this, I have managed it as well. That's the kind of language that's being used there. So we don't, that's not in healthcare, we don't encourage that, because you are just forcing the next person to manage.
Doctor, I want you to make a note on this date, the 23rd of June 2016, because this date keeps recurring in many of what my clients will be testifying about. Just make a mental note of that date. We're going to deal with that date extensively. Now, Doctor, these are some of the conditions or the pressure that was being placed on these NGOs. You can see here that it's not a question of a choice. It wasn't about we are going to accept these 5 patients that are being brought. They just came and dumped them in the hallway and left. Even when an official of the department was querying, somebody just said, deal with it. We are not taking them back. It's your problem now. And this is going to be quite important, Doctor, when you start to understand some of the patients that were affected by this type of movement. You get me, Doctor?
Yes, Council, I understand you, but I mean, there should not have been, there should be no pressure on the next person to look after a mental health care user. There should be no, there should not be force. It should be they are receiving a patient within their own competence and they are willing to look after the patient. What makes me wonder, though, is why they did not complain to the department. That would be the only worry I have, because if you are being forced, to do a heart transplant, I would still not do it. So if I'm being forced to act out of my competence, I would not do it. I wonder why they would not complain to the department.
Doctor, if I may assist you there, you missed one aspect. There is Hannah Jacobas, and is an official of the department. She's present at that moment. She's witnessing this unfolding. It's not as if this happened under clandestine circumstances and nobody reported. I mean, if you are with the department and you are present when something unfolds, we expect protection from you. Do you agree with me?
Yes, because I agree. I note that. I agree with
it.
it.
It's just one of those aspects. I can take you through where the NGOs have complained to the MECs and whatever. They've written letters and then interventions only came. But I don't want us to explore that very long history, because then even today will not be enough to finish with your testimony, Doctor. Now, Doctor,
what is your response to what Mr. Pitlela is saying to you, Doctor?
My understanding is that
does it change your evidence to say that they should have complained to the department? Isn't it Mr. Pitlela is telling you that the very same person who was also part of what was happening, it's an employee of the department, but is it enough?
Yes, but I thought then he's saying that Council is saying that they escalated and escalated. They would never go to help anyway in the government. I will not be. It wouldn't be enough to just the one government official, you complain to them and they don't handle your matter and you leave it there. But if he says they escalated and escalated, that's the evidence that he doesn't want to lead. Well, that'll be something else. But it wouldn't be enough to say because Yana Kopas was there, then they leave it like that, because government official can do wrong things. I don't think you can leave it to one person, and you then take the responsibility of looking after patients.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pichela, continue.
Yes, it pleases my lady. Doctor, what I'm saying to you is quite simple. Ms. Hannah Jacobas was one of the officials who was involved in the marathon project. She was not just an ordinary official. She was one of those important components. Now, these NGOs were dealing with her. Do you understand that, Doctor?
Yes,
she was go-between. Do you understand that?
Yes, Councillor, I understand it, but maybe I'm looking at it from a doctor's point of view. You see, if I'm a state employee as a psychiatrist, and I'm requested to treat the pediatric patients, not psychiatric pediatric, but the general pediatric patients, or I'm asked to do, because it's so busy, I'm asked to do to do forensic pathology or postmortems. I would not do that. I would not. It doesn't matter who would ask me to do that. Even if the president of the country said, "Go and look after practice out of your scope of practice and look after children," I wouldn't do that as a psychiatrist, unless it's an emergency. I know there's actually, unless it's an emergency, or during COVID, even during COVID, the government would have to pass there should be some legality that will govern me to look after, even during a pandemic like COVID, where I'll then leave psychiatry and go and look after out of my scope of practice. So that is why I feel, but I'm not in the NGO, I've not run an NGO by myself. I feel it's reckless for any healthcare worker to practice out of their scope, even if they are forced to practice out of their scope. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, you could even call police. So it is just it is wrong to practice out of scope of practice, out of your scope of practice.
Yes, and Doctor, you have no, continue. Finish your statement, please.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking it would be wrong for psychiatric hospital to be forced to look after pediatric cases. And it will also be wrong for the psychiatric hospital to accept that, even if the president of the country forced them to do so. They must just call police or something.
Yes, and that is on the basis of your own logic, correct?
Yes, on my own logic, yes, as an expert.
When you apply it to yourself, and you think in terms of you, with your expertise, qualifications, but here we are not talking about Dr. Talatala. We are talking about NGOs that found themselves in what you described as self-created emergencies that was not due to their own doing. And this is what they were facing. Now, I'll put it to you that it was reasonable in this instance, because there was an official of the department who was present and who witnessed this incident unfold, to have taken steps against this other official, or to have escalated the issue. And it would be unreasonable to expect that an NGO must now take the responsibility of an official and start running around and escalating matters, because there's a duty to report wrongdoing in the public service. Do you agree?
There's that part that the department official has a duty to report wrongdoing, but yes, there's also a responsibility of someone who in their non-governmental work choose to look after ill people. They cannot be taken as a teacher or as a neighbor who just looked after sick people. There is a responsibility. Once you choose to look after ill people, there's a certain responsibility. One of the responsibilities is to only agree to do what you can to practice within your limitations. So they had a responsibility, as I say, off my head, they can even call police. Here are the people being dumped at our space for us to look after them. We are not capable of looking after these people. Imagine if the government had dumped injured patients with bleeding and all of that, where they're going to keep them in their NGOs and say, we are being forced by Hannah Jokopas, therefore we're going to keep this patient. They only acceded to this maybe because they look down upon mental illness. Maybe they didn't realize there's an illness. I don't know. But it would be wrong for someone who works in the health space to do what they are not qualified to do.
Doctor, you're taking me backwards now because I've already shown you that one said I was coerced. They came with these people, and then I was coerced to take them. I voiced my objections. There was an official who was present even at that time. But even in those circumstances, the NGO was forced or coerced to take those patients. And again, here's another example of coercion, where patients are just being dumped. They are brought and no identification, no files, no nothing. And they are just left there. Now,
can I go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah. If you worked in the health sector, including the NGOs, you must have a level of professionalism. Even if you're a care worker, ordinary care worker, I'm starting at the bottom of even if the lowest working person in the healthcare sector, there must be a level of professionalism. One of those is to work within what your capabilities, within your scope. The only coercion that may arise is if a court says, look after this patient's NGO, or they say if someone came with a gun and say, look after this patient, a criminal, if the coercion was at the level of, we're talking of a crime, which they would have reported then the following day that these were forced at gunpoint, look after these patients, or if they were to say a court order was issued, the court found that these people are desperate, and the second best, there's no other place, and the court has made a decision that you must look after them with whatever resources you have. So that would be a kind of coercion that one will have. Otherwise, a president himself, a president of the country, cannot coerce a health.
Yeah, hey, Ms. Asim?
I'm on it, my lady. It appears he was removed again and is trying to rejoin.
Yeah, if they can check what is removing him, well, because this really disrupts the proceedings.
My lady, they are rejoining.
Okay. Please let someone check in the meantime so that we shouldn't be interrupted again.
Yes. My lady, my instructions are that the Wi-Fi and
okay.
strong and is working. It seems to be that somebody is kicking out the witness.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Pichela?
Yes, my lady.
I think the witness was responding to your question with regard to the coercion.
Yes, now something seems to have happened to my screen. I can only see myself. I can't see anybody else. Maybe let me exit.
Please attend to that.
Let me exit and come back as quickly as possible. Yes, I'm back, Your Ladyship.
Can you see us now?
for that. Yes, I apologize, my lady.
All right.
I'll continue, my lady.
Yes, you may.
Welcome back, doctor. Now, doctor,
the doctor, okay, just the doctor was still answering your question with regarding to cohesion.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
Yes, my lady. I've just given I had given a longer answer, but what I was trying to say is that if you are working with, if you are in the health sector, irrespective of the level, you must practice within your expertise and scope. You cannot be forced. You cannot be forced to practice. You must stand your ground and not be forced. You cannot be forced to practice with outside your scope and your limitations. As I said, except by unless the court instructs you to do so, or unless you are criminally forced, like someone at the gunpoint forces you to do so. In which case, then following day you must go and open a case of being forced to do things that you can't do.
Yeah, let's apply that logic to a factual situation with reference to what has been put to you now of the testimony of Ms. Dorothy Franks. 5 patients came, no identification, no medication. Nurses just came and left them in the hallway.
Just a second, Mr. Pitlela, are you repeating now? Because the witness has answered to all those things that, you have referred him to that statement.
Escort, please.
He has answered. I don't know what you want from him because you're going to get the same answers. He has already answered. You have dealt with this extensively.
Escort, please, my lady. Let's move on, doctor. Doctor, are you familiar with Section 22 of the Constitution?
No, I wouldn't be familiar. If we're going to talk about council, I will have to be taken to the section. I've got an overall understanding of the Constitution, but I don't know it by section.
Yeah, it says that every citizen has a right to choose their trade, occupation, and profession freely, and that the practice of trade, occupation, or profession may be regulated by law. You understand the implications of this section?
Yes, I understand as you read them for me, as you tell them if they are correct.
Yeah, so you'll agree that anyone can register and operate an NGO within the parameters of the law?
Yes.
You'll also agree that within the context of the Marathon project, the responsibility and duty to license and appoint suitable NGOs lay with the Gauteng Department of Health, correct?
Yes, it is the department that should choose appropriate NGOs.
You'll also agree that, apologies for interrupting you, doctor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor, I was just finishing off and appoint and license them. Appoint the NGOs and license them.
Now, you'll also agree that in the absence of this permission or authority from the Gauteng Department of Health, it would not have been possible for any of the NGOs to form part of the Marathon project, correct?
Without the permission, it won't be, without them licensing, no NGO cannot operate legally. Put it that way. So without them agreeing and licensing, they can, but it will be illegal. They cannot operate legally without being licensed by the Department of Health.
We are talking here in the context of receiving mental health care users, doctor. You cannot form part of this project if you are not taking care of any mental health care users. That's simple and logical.
Yes, if it's done correctly. I mean, you cannot be the NGOs that are part of receiving mental health care users should be licensed by the Department of Health.
Just a second, Doctor. Ms. Asim.
My lady, there seems to be a repetition of the earlier question about which the doctor answered about scope of practice. And I would suggest that my learned friend, move to a different topic or rephrase the question because it sounds like a repetition to me.
Mr. Pitlela?
No, I don't understand. It sounds like a repetition, or is it a repetition? I mean, you need to be clear. You can't just object in the general. You object to something specific. If it sounds repetitious, but it's not. It has been tweaked. It has been rephrased. So it's not a repetition.
Ms. Hassim?
My lady, I was trying to give my learned friend an opportunity to try to rephrase the question. The question was about the scope of practice. But the witness has already answered that question.
With regard to the issue of licenses, that has been answered. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady. I'm talking
okay,
about...
just rephrase so that your questions can be clear.
Yes. Doctor, do you agree that no mental health care users would have been released to any NGO without the knowledge, authority, and permission from the Gauteng Department of Health?
It would make sense that because it was the department that was responsible for discharge for managing the project, they would have taken patients to NGOs that are known to them. I would not imagine that NGOs unknown to the department would have received patients.
Yes, simple and logical. Now, a question was put to you yesterday, whether, I think it was my learned colleague, Advocate Sibara, whether you have any data on how many MCUs, mental health MHCUs, died while under the care of Life Esidimeni. Do you recall?
Yes, Councillor, I remember.
Yes. And unfortunately, at the time when you answered that question, there was an interruption in my transmission, and I could not capture the answer that you gave. If you can perhaps indulge me in that regard, Doctor.
Yes, Councillor, I said I don't have data from Life Esidimeni because I didn't work there. So their mortality or anything like that. And I said if Council wanted details of that, I think, although I won't remember them off my head, Professor Makhoba in his report, the Health Ombudsman, did write something about that, as well as I think he has also with Professor Robertson published an article that was analyzing mortality at the NGOs. Those are the people who have authority about what was the mortality at Life Esidimeni, the exact mortality.
Thank you for that piece of information. Now, even without that data, Doctor, it is logical, of course, to presume that there are people who died during the existence of Life Esidimeni. Do you agree?
Yeah, it will be logical. The people die.
Yes. Now, you can accept, Doctor, that NGOs were entitled to respond to the call to make themselves available to assist with the marathon project. Do you agree?
Yeah, it was their choice.
Yes. And you can also accept that when this marathon project was implemented, it was not implemented in a manner that was in the best interest of the affected mental health care users, their families, and also maybe those working within the mental health care field. Do you agree?
I agree. I can also even add that it was also not even in the interest of the profession of psychiatry or even the well-being of mental health care. In fact, it was not in the interest of the entire mental health care system of Gauteng. just beyond the patients, the families, everyone else involved. But we did put this, even the entire health system that is overstretched. It was not going to have an impact, and it did, not only to the direct patients of Life Esidimeni, but an impact on the value chain of care, because then the acute hospitals were going to be full. We predicted that, and they became full. They are still full even now, overflowing. So it had an impact beyond the patients themselves.
Yes. And if you turn to page 30205, there is a document there that seems to echo the same sentiments that you have expressed right now.
Page?
30205 and 30206. Now, may I proceed, my lady?
Yes, but has the doctor finished reading? I don't know whether you wanted to afford him the opportunity or what. That's why I kept quiet.
Yes, my lady. He seems to. Doctor, are you done reading the document?
Yes, my lady, I've read the document.
On the 2 pages, because he also spoke about the next page, 30206.
Yes, my lady.
Have you read both pages?
No, the one that starts with, I only read the one in the green. There's a
yes,
next bit
you can also proceed to the one in the blue. I see Mr. Pichela is 11:10. Can we resume at half past 11 so that we can allow the witness to finish? The witnesses want. The court will take a tea adjournment. We will resume at 11:30. Thank you.
Yes, court pleases, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
reminded that you are still under oath. You may proceed, Mr. Pitlala.
Mr. Court, please, my lady. Doctor, you've read the two documents that I referred to you. Now, would you agree with the sentiments that I
Just
expressed
before
in
he
those
starts,
documents?
let me just find out. I don't know, Mr. Pitlala, are you going to ask him questions only with regard to the 2 pages? Because these documents end on the 3rd page, 30207.
Yes,
I
and
don't
that
know
is
whether
the
the
challenge.
doctor managed to read the whole of it. Did you read the whole of it, doctor?
I read the whole of it, my lady, but I could not figure out the second one. Who wrote who wrote the document?
That was attached.
Yeah, the second one. There was a name on 208 or so. Well, I'm not sure if that's the.
No, but what was, I don't know, I just wanted to check with Mr. Pitlala whether you read his questions, will that be confined to up to 30207?
Yes, my lady, indeed.
Okay, then I think the doctor has read
yes.
up to that. All right, continue.
Yes. I also faced the same challenge with regard to the author of the second document. But what I wanted to establish from the good doctor is, yes, my lady. Doctor, he seems to have disappeared from my side. I don't know if your ladyship can see him.
I can see him, but please sort out your recordings first, please.
Okay, I'm going to hang up and then rejoin my lady. Or let me re-click the link as Mr. Profi suggested yesterday.
And you took a better position today. I see you are outside.
I'm not
much
outside.
Better off. No, I saw that in the morning, unless you have changed that position and you never encountered any problems. Can you see the witness now?
No, I can't. Doctor, are you here?
Yes, the doctor is here. I can see him. If you can just exit and rejoin.
Yeah, now it seems like it's coming online. Thank you, my lady. I'm able to see the good doctor now.
Okay, then you can proceed.
Thank you, Skokot, please, my lady. Doctor, with reference to the two documents, do you agree with the sentiments that are expressed therein?
Broadly, my lady, I agree with concerns that were being raised.
Yes. And you will also agree that these concerns were raised as early as 12 February 2016.
Yes, my lady. I agree, and I see that.
Yes, and for the most part, this was before patients were being transferred to the various NGOs.
Yes, I think it was before the bulk of them were transferred.
Yes.
It was before, as far. My lady, sorry. I think it was. I know it was before the bulk of the patients were moved to the NGOs. I agree with that.
Yes.
Yes, doctor. Thank you for that. Now, doctor, if you may permit me, you will agree that the Gauteng Department of Health had a duty to exercise an oversight over the NGOs in the performance of this project. That is the Marathon project. Do you agree?
Yes, my lady, it is their responsibility.
Yes.
It is the responsibility of the Department of Health.
And you will also agree that it will then be imperative to have detected these problems of capacity, lack of resources, where there were allegations of inadequate provision of care as early as possible. Do you agree?
I can even go. I agree, and I can go further and say that they were aware of those problems years before. Those are long-standing problems.
Yes. And you'll also agree, quite importantly, that the Gauteng Department of Health could have shut down any NGO at any time where it detected some of these deficiencies in the running of the of the NGO, and that would potentially have saved a lot of lives of these mental health care users.
Yes, my lady, it is their responsibility to make sure that the NGOs or any other healthcare facility operates legally and safely, and they can withdraw the license.
Yes. Now, I'm going to refer you to a statement on page 516. 516. This is a statement by one Nonceba Cynthia Senelo, and she identifies herself as having previously been appointed by the Gauteng Department of Health Mental Directorate to oversee clinics in relation to mental health in the entire Gauteng province. Now, it's a long statement, but I'm not going to bore you with the unnecessary details because this evidence is already there. I'm going to refer you only to paragraph 5 of that statement. To save time, I'll read it to you and you'll confirm, and then I'll ask you a question in that regard. It says that I also visited Precious Angels in Atteridgeville after the placement in the company of Dr. Sophie Lengwani before the deaths were reported, and what we found there was a disaster. The place was not right, patients were not having recreational facilities, adult patients were placed in cot beds meant for children. There was also no evidence that the patients were provided with food, as there was absolutely no food except 2 cabbages in the fridge. I was also surprised to see patients that were recommended to be placed at CCRC in that NGO and do not have knowledge as to how they ended up there. I'm going to pause there. Now, with regard to what you testified to just a few seconds ago, that the department could have shut down or withdrawn the license at any time. They had that power within them. Now, although there is no date indicated on this statement, on this particular paragraph, we can gather from what is said that this person visited Precious Angels with Dr. Sophie Lengwani before deaths were reported. And what she found there was concerning to her, because she noted a lot of concerns in terms of what she goes on to say here. Don't you think it would have been appropriate at that stage to then shut down this facility immediately?
Yes, my lady, I think I agree with Council. It should have been shut down, especially when there's use of words like they found a disaster.
Yes.
It makes sense to shut it down immediately.
Yeah, and because there was no death reported, essentially if they had acted with haste, with urgency, maybe there might not have been any deaths reported from this facility. Do you agree with that assessment or with this suggestion?
I agree, Council. Well, if they closed the facility before the death happened, after picking up the disaster, then there would not have been a death at the facility.
Yes. Now, bear with me, doctor, because I want you to have a holistic picture of this disaster that was unfolding and for which nobody did nothing. I'm going to refer you to page 36592. My lady, I seem to have lost your ladyship for a second there.
Why?
I'm referring the
Can't
doctor
you hear
to
me?
page. No, I can hear your ladyship. It was just the picture. So I was referring the doctor to.
I've
the
got that
statement
page.
of-
Don't worry. I'm listening. I'm
That's what-
going to the page 36592. I'm there.
That's what-
Continue.
That's what pleases me, lady. You remember earlier, doctor, I referred you to a name of Hannah Jacoba, and this is one of her statements. In paragraph 4, she indicates her duties and responsibilities. As I put to you that she was responsible to oversee NGOs in Gauteng province, and this is confirmed in a statement. I just wanted you to have a holistic picture. Please turn to page 36595 of that same statement.
36595.
Yes, my lady. That's court business.
Yes.
Line 6.
Of which paragraph? The first paragraph on top?
5.6, my lady.
5.6 line?
Line 6.
How big is
You
it? Can you look at the whole paragraph first? It's not that long.
Yes.
Doctor, you can read the paragraph?
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, doctor. Doctor, you will note that this paragraph notes a concern or a problem about linen. And this is dated July. They're saying they're recording that there is a problem with linen that was happening in July 26 and August 2016. Sorry, it's 2016. And that when it happened, the mental health care users had already been placed in NGOs. I noted that in your testimony, you testified about conditions such as pneumonia, which I believe, and you'll correct me, are exacerbated by not having proper warmth to cover yourself. Am I correct in my assessment?
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you, Council. Is the environment? I mean, the cold weather. If there was no linen, then there'll be at risk of getting sick and getting flu, pneumonias, and other complications.
Yeah, and that in July, winter is almost at its peak. Do you agree?
Yes, Malita, I agree.
Yes, and here we are. We have an official of the department, Gauteng Department of Health, recording that there was no linen to give to the NGOs. Line 6 that I was referring to, and this is read the statement, it says that they had to scurry around and try and find spare linen from hotels, hotels and private hospitals to try and assist these NGOs. Now, this will tell you that they were aware of the problems that were being experienced by the NGOs. Correct, Doctor?
I agree, Council.
Yes. And here is a statement that is, I think it's forming part of the theme of the whole project. It says, however, even though NGOs were not ready, the mental health care users were being placed. Now, you'll agree with me that this is not how things are supposed to happen.
Yes, Council, I agree. That's not how in health, that's not how things should happen.
Yes. Now, if you turn to the next page, 36596, and that is paragraph 6.2. It's a long paragraph, but what I wanted to point out from this paragraph, and you will tell me if you can answer that question or not.
Let him read it. It's fine. Let him read it. I don't think it's that long. It's only 6.2.
Yes, 6.2, my lady, yes.
Just bear with me. Where does this sound come from?
Apologies, my lady. I think I had my phone on silent. I've switched it off. May I proceed, my lady?
Just a second, I'm just finishing. Yes, you may proceed. The doctor, are you done?
Yes, my lady, I'm done.
Proceed, Mr. Pitlela.
This is an incident that details some of the expectations that were being placed on NGOs. And this was happening within the background of them not having received what was called, what you will call a startup capital. and they were being required to make renovations prior to taking occupation of some government facilities. Now, Doctor, do you agree with me that this places an additional financial burden on NGOs, especially if they are not being paid to perform this task?
My lady, it confirms that the NGOs were not ready. I mean, if they were being asked to find space in government hospitals. My understanding of an NGO would be it's a non-governmental organization that would have raised funds and then built a structure that they want to use, or rented a structure that they want to use as an NGO. They should not be... It's an act of goodwill, of kindness by that group of people to find this place to care for others. It shouldn't be imposed upon them. So they shouldn't find themselves in financial distress to find space to look after mental health care users.
Thank you.
Yes, Doctor. Thank you for that. Now, here is on page 36599. It is a continuation of what you have just confirmed now. It just emphasizes the point that I'm trying to make to you. And that is at the bottom of paragraph 6.8. It says that, and I'm going to read it to you. NGOs paid for rubble removal, installation of windows. I know that the owner of Anchor House used her pension money to pay for the cleaning and renovation, which included minor building repairs. This all took place during almost mid-2016. I cannot recall the exact dates. Now, I've noted that one of the issues which has been identified or which has been purportedly linked to some of the causes of death is the fact that in some institutions there was no food, there was, which necessarily means that, and this is of course logical, that monies had run out. Would you agree with that sentiment?
From what you are telling me and what you are reading, I agree with it. But I cannot stop asking myself, what was pressurizing the NGOs to put this money? I'm imagining an NGO like Gift of the Givers being forced to go and help in Ukraine and them complying to go and assist in Ukraine. Because an NGO is supposed to be helping out of kindness. They should not, you can't form an NGO and do what you don't like. You do what you like.
Yes, and the answer to that, Doctor, is lie in your statement. Kindness. That is the simple answer that I can give you. Now, let's continue, Doctor. We are going to page 36602. It's paragraph 8. It has a heading there of anchor. That paragraph, it says that after the mental health care users were placed at Anchor House, the NGO occupied space at CCRC. Remember what I put to you earlier regarding the sharing of premises? And this is confirmed here. Now, you indicated with regard to reporting that steps should have been taken to complain and so on. So this is confirmed by one of the officials of the department, the Mental Health Care Directorate. She says she received a call from Dorothy Franks. Dorothy Franks is my client, the owner of the NGO. She informed me that, one, mental health care users placed at the NGO were CCRC patients. Two, that she did not have the capacity to care for the number of mental health care users received, and that the mental health care users had insufficient documentation. Now, would you agree with me that this constitutes serious concerns that were brought to the attention of an official of the Gauteng Department of Health?
Yes, I agree. I agree, my lady.
Yes.
Continue.
If you read further, and I'm just trying to curtail the amount of time. It says that it was already 6 o'clock at night when Dorothy Franks phoned. This official says, then I intervened and went to the CEO of CCRC. At the time, Ms. Nyatlo, but had already left for the day. She spoke to the staff that brought the mental health care users to the NGO, asked the acting matron at CCRC how they decided to give the NGO that number of mental health care users at that time of the evening, as they did not have sufficient facilities to care for the patients. Now, would you agree that this was a serious breach on the part of CCRC to bring?
So if that happened,
yes.
I was going to say, if that happened where they moved patients from CSRC to the anchor house, and at that time of the day, and when they didn't have space, that would have been negligent.
Yes. And it goes on further that I informed the matron to immediately contact the CEO and inform her to come to CCRC so that we could resolve the problem. Upon the arrival of the CEO, I presume, I asked her why she had handed so many CCRC patients over to the NGO. She informed me that she was instructed to place that number of patients in the care of the NGO, as CCRC had prepared sufficient space for receiving life Esidimeni mental health care users. Now, I informed her that the NGO is not supposed to take patients from CCRC, but that they are supposed to take patients from life Esidimeni. Now, doctor, as you indicate, if indeed patients from CCRC were never supposed to have come to anchor, then by necessary implication, every patient who was transferred from CCRC to anchor, it was done so unlawfully and without authority. Do you agree?
Not so unlawfully, but negligently.
Yes.
Yeah, it was done negligently.
Yes, and the person who authorized or facilitated the transfer of those patients to the NGO was not acting within the scope of the powers that she had. Do you agree?
She's the CEO of CCRC.
Yes.
CCRC could decide to move patients to another facility, but they should not do that because they are under duress. So that they can do it carefully. They can do it well, they should not do it under duress. I think as the CEO, she does have authority to discharge patients in her own facility with her. I'm assuming that she'll be doing that as a head of health establishment, working with her team of workers.
Yes, but now here it seems that in terms of what was agreed in the project, NGO is not supposed to take patients from CCRC. They are only supposed to take patients from Life Esidimeni. And that is a factual, authoritative statement from the person who was part of the Mental Health Care Directorate, who was part of Project Marathon. That was not supposed to happen. And this is what this part of the statement is saying. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree with you. She's saying that it was supposed to receive the anchor house was supposed to receive patients from Life Esidimeni, not from CCRC.
Yes, and that if that was done, then it wasn't done in accordance with the procedures and the prescripts and the authority that was set down. It did not matter that you are the CEO. You have to comply. You can't be a law unto yourself. The agreement was you don't take patients from CCRC and to an NGO. I believe there was a very logical reason for that. And in this instance, there was a serious breach. You agree?
I think there must have been, from what the statement is saying, there must have been breach. There must have been a breach.
My lady, sorry, doctor. Senior Counsel Asim wants to.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Asim?
I'm sorry to intervene, my lady, except that the question is posed, the doctor is here as a clinician. He doesn't have knowledge about the procedures and protocols and prescripts that my learned friend is referring him to. Well, not referring him to, but asking him about. So I don't think that he's qualified to answer this question.
Mr. Pichalo?
My lady, the doctor worked in the public space. He knows how these things operate. If he doesn't know, he has the option to say, I do not know. It's as simple as that. It cannot be that we are going to shield the good doctor from answering questions on the assumption that, or on the presumption that he does not know, and therefore he cannot answer. I mean, he's qualified to give an opinion. He's an expert. If he doesn't know, I believe the good doctor is well in control to say, I don't know, I can't answer that one.
Can the doctor step
and that
aside?
would suffice.
Can the doctor step aside as we discuss this?
And what I'm doing is I'm putting this to the doctor. It's as simple as that. If he says, I don't know, or I can't answer that question, as some of the witnesses have done before, then I will not be able to take it any further than that, my lady.
Before Ms. Hasim responds, can I hear Mr. Late and one person or Mr. One of the evidence leaders? It's fine. Mr. Late, are you there? Mr. Late, Ms. Marriott?
Thank you, my lady. I would submit that the doctor is in a position to indicate whether he can answer the question or not.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody who'd like to say something before I close the matter? Yes, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady. I think the fact must be kept in mind that when the doctor gave evidence in chief, he did reach conclusions regarding certain of the conditions that the mental
the
health care
NGOs.
users who had passed away had suffered from, my lady.
Okay.
And I gather from the cross-examination of our learned friend, Mr. Pitlela, that he's actually expounding on those conclusions, referring to specific evidence that has been presented and from at first glance appears to be corroborative of what the doctor had testified, my lady.
Okay, thank
So
you.
therefore, I would submit it would be relevant, my lady.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Ms. Hassim, your reply?
My lady, my learned friend asked the doctor about a question that related to the authority of the CEO of CCRC to do what she did.
Mm.
That's the point that I'm trying to make, is that that's not what he's testified about, and that's not his expertise. But, if my learned friend wishes to pursue this, I'm also raising it in the interest of time, so that we can get, to the heart of the issues. But if my learned friend insists on raising this question, let's see where it goes. I have no concern about the doctor's ability to protect himself, but I am concerned about time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shabangu?
As a court, please, my lady. My lady, I support my learned colleague, Ms. Hassim, SC, that the doctor is a clinician and he cannot answer the questions that relate to the authority and powers of the CEO of CCRC, unless my learned friend can show this court that these were the powers of the CCRC CEO, what was supposed to do, my lady. As the court pleases.
Thank you.
My lady, if I may.
Yes,
I think the point being missed here, it's not so much about the powers. It's about the fact that this statement indicates that this was not supposed to happen. Now, it doesn't matter who you are. When something is not supposed to happen, you cannot override it. Now, these concerns are raised by an official of the department who I presume was part of whatever meeting where the parameters of transfers were set down and those safety valves were installed. So now for somebody else to come and say and override that decision on her own, that goes to show that this person, in the manner that they acted, they were acting as a law unto themselves. Now, I did not put that proposition to the witness because it would be argumentative.
Yes, I get what. There is another hand. Okay. Who was that? Okay. Yes. Yes, let me hear you. I see there was a hand. I think somebody wanted to say something. Or what is happening? Were you lowering your hand?
It seems like it's Mr. Shabangu.
Oh, okay.
My lady, I was raising my hand. I will wait.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Shabangu. Otherwise, it's going to disturb my line of thought. I'm concerned the way this question was asked. Perhaps you should rephrase that because it's like, as Ms. Hassim has put it, that you are now questioning the doctor about the authority of is it the owner of CCRC, Ms. Nyatlo? If you can hear.
Yes.
Yes, because I'm so concerned as to whether that doesn't go beyond the scope of the expertise of the doctor, even though he says he has got experience, he worked at Sterfontein, but perhaps the question can be rephrased.
I'll take that option.
Because I understand that you have read the statement to the witness. So
yes,
perhaps you can just deal with that and lay it to rest. Thank you.
Yes,
can the witness come back? Ms. Hasim, are you attending to that?
Contacting my team, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
I'll come back, Doctor.
Okay.
Thank you, Council.
Yes.
Mr.
Doctor.
Spitala, you have been doing so well. Can you please come in the middle if that is possible? Yes, that is much better. I hope that is not going to affect you. Continue.
Yes. Doctor, what do you understand by this statement? I informed her that the NGO is not supposed to take patients from CCRC, but that they are supposed to take patients from life estimate.
The author of the statement is advising the person at the NGO that they are not supposed to take patients for CCRC.
Yes, and in accordance with this statement, this was a conversation between Ms. Jacobas and the CEO, or the then CEO, Ms. Nyar.
Oh, sorry, I lost track on that. Yes. So she's telling the CEO that the NGO is not supposed to take patients from CCRC. The CEO being the CEO of CCRC.
Do you think that Ms. Jacobas would have made this statement if the CEO had some residual discretion to still take patients to an NGO?
Can I go ahead, my lady?
Yes, proceed.
Let's
Just a
advocate
second.
now,
No, there is a hand here. Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, I would submit that this is not a fair statement to put to the witness, the learned doctor, in cross-examination.
Yes, but if I may, once we start, if there are objections, maybe the doctor must just step aside. Yeah.
Lady, I have no objection if the doctor is present in this objection, because it's not going to...
Yes, so he has already left. That's fine. Continue.
Lady, the objection is founded thereon that this is asking the witness to presume what the mindset of the witness, Ms. Jacobas, was at the time, which I believe is not justified, nor is that a relevant question in that manner, my lady.
Mr. Okay, thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mr. Pitala?
My lady, the statement is clear. This statement is recorded. It's a recorded statement of what Ms. Jacobas said to the then CEO, Ms. Nyar. Now, the question that I'm posing to the witness arises from the answer that he gave as well earlier to an earlier question when I asked him about, he's the one who indicated that maybe the CEO has the powers and could have decided to take the patients to, and that is where I am coming in from. I'm questioning him in response to what he has said. It is not, I'm not opening a new door here. He's the one who made the proposition that the CEO somehow could override that decision to say mental health care users were not supposed to be moved from CCRC to the NGO. So I'm merely clarifying that aspect of his testimony and trying to understand what exactly he meant by that. So it's not that I'm putting a new facts or whatever to the witness. I'm responding to the answer that he gave, and he's the one who opened this door by mentioning the residual or the discretion of the CEO to move patients, even though there seems to have been an understanding that that will not be done.
Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect. My lady, my submission is, when Ms. Jacobus testified, there was no objection of whatsoever nature of this kind being put to Ms. Jacobus under cross-examination. Now, Dr. Talatala is being asked,
yes, okay.
How does he interpret this paragraph containing the evidence of Ms. Jacobus? So that's founded thereon. What is your presumption of what could be done and could not be done, especially in the explanation now presented by my learned friend, Mrs. Pitlela, my lady? Therefore, I would submit the statement or questioning in this regard is inadmissible and irrelevant and therefore inadmissible, my lady. May it please the court.
Thank you. I'm going to close the issue in the interest of time. Mr. Pitlela, in my view, I feel that we have exhausted this. I mean, we have been on this statement. If you can just move on. I don't think it's necessary to be. This question, I think you dealt with it. My view is that you can just move on. Thank you very much.
I will move on. Just one aspect, my lady, which is confusing to me, because I don't want to be inviting any further objections as we go forward.
Yes, just be careful and guard against that.
Yes, my lady, because now it's there was no reason for me to put this statement to the witness because I accepted the statement as a fact. So it is not that I was required to put this statement and to contest it with Ms. Jacobus. Now I accepted that part of her testimony, and that is why I'm using it now to another end. So maybe that clarifies the senior counsel there.
Okay.
But in any event, this issue, I think I can argue it successfully when the matter is finished. So fine. I'm going to move on.
Okay. Can the witness come back? Yes, continue.
Doctor, would you agree with me that because of this query that is being raised by Ms. Jacobus, it shows that there was no proper communication between the various stakeholders or role players within the project?
Yes, Council, it looks like there was poor coordination. They were not communicating to each other.
Yes.
If I interpret what is written there.
And you'll also agree with me that if we accept the statement of Ms. Jacobus as true, then it means that all of those patients who were transferred from CCRC to Anchor or to any other NGO, that should not have happened.
It's difficult to answer that, my lady, because the CEO has a discretion on how he or she runs her hospital, and I would not know what agreements they had amongst each other at the time.
Okay.
My lady, we seem to be going back and forth, but I'm going to leave it because this is where
Okay, just leave it. You will
Yeah,
reserve it for argument, please. Let's move on.
Yeah, because this is where we were stuck earlier, and this is what exactly I was saying, man.
Okay.
But in any event, yes. Doctor, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 36605.
Have it, Council.
Yes.
Paragraph.
Okay. My lady, I think this is the wrong page because this one deals with the closure of
Precious angels.
precious angels, and I don't want to get into that. Let's turn to the next page. I just missed my one page at 36606. Apologies, Doctor. Paragraph number 12. Paragraph number 12, the fourth line from the bottom. If you want to read the entire one, it's fine, but the only relevant portion that I want to refer you is to the fourth line from the bottom.
Let him read it quickly to get the context. I think the doctor is done.
Yes. And what concerns me here, Doctor, is that if you read this statement, it says that at the end of 2015, there was a need to audit new and existing NGOs, but there was also a realization or a deliberate circumvention of this due process, in that it is said here that Manamela informed us that we did not have enough time to do proper audits, and that is why I asked the engineers to accompany me when visiting NGOs. Now, earlier when we started to interact, I told you and we agreed about the fact that before licenses can be issued, audits need to be done. You agree?
Yes, I would assume that they need to, as I said earlier on, they need to check the facility for compliance with the license requirements.
And from what I understand, this was not done. Do you agree?
From what is written there, it was the proper audits were not done.
Please turn to page 36608. Paragraph 16. It says that during early 2016, the project reached a point where we as the DDs, that is the deputy directors in the mental health care division, mental health directorate, felt that we are not going to be able to meet the deadlines. and that the time frames did not allow us to do a proper assessment of the NGOs and be properly transferred to transfer the life Esidimeni mental health care users. Now, do you see that this is a problem, Doctor?
Yes, Council. It confirms what I had already submitted, that the process was rushed. They were struggling to meet their own deadlines, and I think the deadlines had been short. That's the impression. That's what they are seeing it, and it's the way those were our concerns as well.
Yes, and it also shows the unusual circumstances or the peculiar circumstances which surrounded Project Marathon. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree, Council.
Yes. Now, we are just about done with the statement, Doctor, so just hang in there a little more. You turn to the next page, and you have to understand, Doctor, that all this is informed by what you have stated before. So please turn to page 36609. Paragraph 18.1. Now, here it tells us, it says that Precious Angels, that is line number 4, it says that Precious Angels was going to take in children and thus prepared the NGO to accommodate children and not adult patients. Let me pause there. You recall earlier I put a proposition to you about what was stated by Ms. Senelo, when she says that she visited Precious Angels and found that there was a disaster, adults being placed in court beds. Do you recall that part?
Yes, Councillor, I recall.
Yes. And this tells us that, and it actually confirms, and you can agree or disagree with that Precious Angels was not prepared to receive adult patients, but had actually prepared to receive children. Do you agree
Council.
with?
Yes, the government official tells us so. And earlier on, it was found to have children's beds being used for adults.
Yes, and that would make sense. Don't you agree? I mean, if you are going to accommodate children, you want court beds so they don't fall off and all those things. But then suddenly, when patients are presented to you, somebody just brings adult patients without having notified or informed you. I mean, that would throw your whole planning into disarray. Do you agree?
It confirms what I said even earlier or even yesterday. Then that would be a mismatch of the patients to the NGO.
Yes. Now, if you read this statement further, it even confirms that the same thing happened at Sepom. Where the manager of Sepom asked Ms. Jacobas, why did you bring me a bus of adult patients if you knew that they were caring for children? And this is contained also in this paragraph. And quite pertinently says, inform me that they received no prior warning informing them that they are going to receive adult children. Do you see this? It's a serious concern, and it is something that would affect the health, the well-being of those mental care users who are being now taken to a facility where there was no preparations for their accommodation.
Yes, Councillor, I agree. Not only just the accommodation, they may not, if they're preparing for children, they may not have the technical capacity to look after a different age group.
Yes. And also the dietary requirements. I mean, some of these adult men have profound and severe mental health care users with epilepsies, diabetes, tuberculosis, and all sorts of comorbidities were just being presented at the NGO without no medical files, without no assessments being conducted. As you have indicated, that is one of those critical things. Do you see that this in itself places the health of those mental health care users in jeopardy?
Yes, Councillor, I think that's what I've already testified. It's the kind of mismatch that we had.
You have made these points. I don't want us to keep on repeating, Mr. Pitlela.
Yes, my lady.
Move away from those. I think you have canvassed that sufficiently.
Yes, as court pleases. Doctor, let's get into two things before we get into the specifics with regard to the mental health care users who
It's now
perished at this
12:30, just to alert you. I don't know how far you want to go, but it's 12:34 now. I'm just giving you the time so that you can have a picture as you proceed.
Yes,
To avoid
I am
on one point for a long time. Okay, continue.
Yes, as court pleases. I am indebted to your ladyship for the remainder of the time.
Yes.
Doctor, I seem to you seem to hold the view, and you correct me, or the opinion that there was a general healthcare failure at the NGOs. Am I correct? Or perhaps I'm imputing somebody else's testimony upon you. And if so, I apologize.
No, I don't know what that means. A general healthcare failure. That's just too broad. I think I highlighted specifics.
Oh, okay.
For instance, I'll say why I say that if the NGO was prepared for easier patients, I wouldn't say they're general failure. And if they'd received that kind of patients, they would have probably functioned. And if they were licensed NGO, I'm just saying I can't say all NGOs that were involved in life Esidimeni had a general health
Just
failure.
a second, there is a hand here.
May it please the court, my lady. I just want to effect a correction. If my memory does not leave me in a lurch, it was Professor Pino that testified to the general care condition and not the learned doctor.
Dr. Talatala, yes.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
Yes, my lady, and I've noted that hence I made the proviso that maybe I'm imputing another person's evidence on him.
Yes, unfortunately,
I spoke under correction, so I think
I'm going to ask you to stop, please. You are not going to be well captured. If you can move to where I said you must move. Yes, otherwise you're going to break again.
The court pleases, my lady.
Can you move again? Because you keep on coming back. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Is this better, your ladyship?
Can we move on?
Yes, this court pleases. Now, I want us to look at the case of Mr. Charity Razoto.
Where are we getting to now? To the report of the doctor or to the post-mortem?
Yes, we're going to look at your report. We're also going to look into some of the concessions that you made during cross-examination. We are also going to look at the statements of those that, the statements were referred to by those that came before me. And as a starting point, Doctor, we can accept that Mr. Razoto was amongst the 24 mental health care users that were transferred from Waverley. And my authority for this proposition, Doctor, is contained in a report dated the 19th of April by J.J. Ngobo, Acting CEO, CCRC. We're going to start there. That is on page, where's that page? It starts on page 30252. And I'm going to ask you to turn to page 30257. The report, my lady, starts on page 30252. The report of J.J. Ngobo, the acting CEO of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center, dated April 2017. The relevant page that I want us to deal with, it's on page 30257. Are you on that page, Doctor?
Yes, because I'm on that page.
Yes. If you look on page 30257, forget the narration above. There's a date of the 12th of May 2016. Next to it is the name Waverley. And I believe there is a column with a list of names and the dates. It extends to the next page. There is a total, and number 24 on that list is Razoto Charity. Do you see what I'm referring to, Doctor?
Yes, I see, Council.
Yes. Now, just for a bit of background, all the names, I don't know if your copy is also highlighted, but it appears that all these highlighted names were the names of the patients that were transferred eventually or discharged to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June 2016. You recall I told you about this date, the 23rd of June 2016, or it's a very important date and keeps recurring.
Yes, Council.
Yes. Now, if you prefer, you can read from underneath those names. There's a date of the 12th May 2016. You can read the entire thing because we are going to be dealing with where Mr. Razoto ended and ultimately where he began and ultimately where he ended. So I think I would advise that you read the entire thing to get a proper background of where I'll be going with this. Yes, Doctor. Thank you. My lady, may I proceed?
Yes, you may proceed. I'm just worried about the time. Proceed.
Yes, my lady. Yes, court pleases. Doctor, according to this report, Mr. Ratoto was amongst the 9 mental health care users that were discharged to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June 2016. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Yes. You will bear in mind that according to Ms. Jacobas, no patients were supposed to have been transferred from CCRC to Anchor. Do you agree?
That's what she said, yes.
Yes. Now, it appears that when Mr. Ratoto and the 24, when these 24 mental health care users, it is noted here that there was an instruction by the CEO, but quite pertinently.
No, Mr. Pihlala, I think I can't hear you properly. You need to check your connectivity or your position.
Let's quote, please, my lady.
Let's try again.
Doctor, quite pertinently, you know that it seems that when these 24 mental health care users were transferred from Waverley to CCRC, there were physical assessments by both CCRC and Life Esidimeni staff to ensure that they do not have bed sores or injuries. And this was done at the time when they were being transferred. You agree with me? And this is what is contained in the statement anyway.
Yes, that's what the statement.
Yes. Now you recall that Mr. Ratoto at one time, his identity seems to have disappeared in the system.
Yes, I think so.
Now, even though his name may appear amongst these 24, we know what is post facto, in the sense that it's dated April 2017, and at that time, Mr. Ratoto had already perished. You agree?
Let me check. If the date says, yeah, it is, 19 April 2017.
Yes. So it's after the fact. And we spent a long time yesterday trying to pinpoint exactly when Mr. Ratoto lost his identity, and I'm going to put that matter to bed today. If you look at, I would say, paragraph 3 from the top under the date of May 2016, there is a concern that has been expressed there that some mental health care users came with their patient files which contained scanty information which lacked medical history. These files were prepared by LE staff, and that is Life Esidimeni, and just handed over with the users. Some of the patients came with their identity documents too. They were admitted to CCRC. Now, yesterday you indicated that you are uncertain whether the loss of identity came before transfer from Life Esidimeni or whether it came when the patient came from CCRC to Anchor. Do you recall that?
Yes. With respect to Mr. Ratoto, I could not figure out where the loss of identity happened.
Yes. Now, it confirms here, the last paragraph, that the 9 highlighted mental health care users in the list were discharged to Anchor NGO on the 23rd of June 2016. Now, that is what it says. So I'm going to ask you to turn to page 6284.
Just before you move on this point, was it not the evidence of the doctor that the identity seems to have lost between Anchor and the hospital?
My lady, I wouldn't be certain where it was lost.
Yeah, okay.
I brought the issue of identity because I was saying that it's the fact that he came to hospital without an identity would make the hospital struggle to treat him. But where the identity was lost, I wouldn't be certain.
Okay, but from, I don't know whether was it from your report or from, I can't remember, it was clear that at CCRC, he was identified and the problem came between Anchor and the hospital. I'm not sure, but...
I think, my lady, it was what was put to the witness by Mr. Shabangu yesterday. I don't remember it being part of any evidence. I think it was what Mr. Shabangu...
One will have to check the record. It's fine. You can proceed then.
There is a hand up by Mr. Shabangu, and I think Mr. Rick Martin also had his hand.
Can I take Mr. Rick Martin first? Mr. Rick Martin?
As it pleases the court, my lady. The evidence yesterday in relation to the statement by Mr. Mola was that he had been working in the center for a very short period. He didn't know
which center was that?
That was at Anchor, where the patient fell and started fitting.
Mm-hmm.
He then said he was working there when the patient fell. He didn't know the identity of the patient. The patient, he summoned the ambulance service or the paramedics with the patient.
Yes.
While later,
I'm aware of that. I remember that.
Yes.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. That is why I'm saying, was the evidence not that the identity was lost between Anchor and the hospital? Because though there were two statements that Mr. Shabangu brought to the attention of the witness, and they were talking about the issue of identity.
My lady, hopefully we'll put that matter to bed once and for all.
Okay, can I hear Mr. Shabangu? I don't know whether he's going to take me back or what, but I think I've captured the evidence as I heard it yesterday. Mr. Shabangu?
As a court, please, my lady, I concur with the court what that was the evidence of the doctor, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Can I hear you continue, Mr. Pihlela? Before I call Mr. Shabangu, Mr. Pihlela.
Yes, doctor. Doctor, please turn to page 6284.
Page?
6284. Statement by Ms. Dorothy Franks. You'll note there on paragraph 1 that date that I said you need to keep in mind. Now, according to Ms. Franks, and this statement is what I've referred to earlier, but in a different context. Paragraph 2, it says, from what 5 patients came in with no files and identification or medication. The nurses from the hospital just left them in the hallway, and they left without telling us the names of all the patients. The ward became very full and space was limited for the patients, as we can only accommodate 25 patients. Anna Jacoba spoke to one of the nurses and told them that there is not enough space and that they should take some of the patients. Thereafter, the previous CEO of Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center arrived. She came in with a very bad attitude and said that she will not take any patients back. She also said that they dealt with this patient and so can we, and she left. The only documents that came in of the other patients were just a file and medication. The staff took stickers and they tried to identify them by writing their names on, and all patients settled in the ward we started counting them, and they were 29. All patients received SAPA and they went to bed. Now, you will note that this date, it follows that Mr. Ratsotso was probably amongst the patients that were received on that date from Anchor to from CCRC to Anchor. Do you agree with me?
Yes, Council.
Yes. It seems that there was not a proper handover of these patients. Some of them, as it's recorded here, had to be identified by asking them their names and then writing their names down and giving them stickers.
That's what the statement says.
Yes. Now, you'll agree with me that it is probable or possible that during this process, one's identity could be lost, especially somebody who cannot speak and express themselves and say, I'm so and so.
Yes, as I've previously stated, throughout the whole chain of this patient movement, the identity, the way it was done, the identities could be lost, and we have evidence that the hospital at least did not have an identity of Mr. Ratsotso when he came. But to pinpoint it to where it happened, it's what the statement says.
Yes, because that is what we are trying to do, Doctor, and I think that is to the benefit of the court as well, because we need to know if Mr. Ratsotso came from CCRC with his name and he was known and identified, then obviously the fact that he went to a hospital and somewhere along the line he could no longer be identified. It says that somebody must have somewhere along the line, his identity must have been lost. You agree with me?
It's what I've stated, yes.
Yes.
From life Esidimeni all the way.
Yes, and importantly, this would have
Come again.
the treatment.
What about life Esidimeni, Doctor?
No, I said from the sorry, my lady. I said that as I've stated, the identity could have been lost from the time they got discharged from life Esidimeni to CRCC to Anchor. So there's many levels which could have been lost. But what I know for a fact is that the hospital did not have in their notes, they didn't have the identity of Mr. Ratsotso.
Okay. Do we have evidence that from Waverley to CCRC there was a problem with identification?
My lady, that is the document that I was referring the court to just earlier.
Yes, but I want to hear from the doctor. I saw this is 30258 of the 12th of May.
Yes.
I don't want us to confuse issues here.
From my lady, from life Esidimeni, I see the list of is that the correct page? Are we talking about the list of patients?
Yes. I'm saying, is there any evidence that says to us there was a problem from the transfer on the 12th of May, that is from Waverley, that is an institution of life Esidimeni to CCRC? Do we have that evidence to say this Mr. Ratsotso was not identified at the time? Do we have evidence to say to us that CCRC didn't know that a person in the name of Charity Ratsotso was transferred to their facility?
Well, we can
all I can say.
No, Mr. Chester, I want to understand because you have just referred this witness. I thought this was answering the question. Remember, I'm talking along the lines of yesterday's evidence.
Indeed, so much.
Because at Anchor, we're having a problem, we can see it. Unless if I don't understand where you're going, Mr. Shabangu. Mr. Pichel, I'm sorry. Yes.
My lady, this is what I'm trying to do here.
Okay, continue then.
It's no secret.
I don't want to be confused because from the doctor, from what I hear, and which led to this interjection, I hear that the doctor is saying there could have been a problem from the transfer from Waverley. I don't know whether I captured him the right way.
Malay, what I'm putting forward and the proposition is this. According to this document,
which document now? Because you have referred the witness to
the document by the acting CEO.
JJ Ngobo.
Yes.
Yes, which is 30258. Yes.
Yes. Your ladyship will note that on this document, there is an indication that some of the patients came to files, but their files contain scanty information which lacked medical history.
Yes.
Now, these files were apparently prepared by Life Esidimeni staff and just handed over with the users. Some patients came with TP documents too, and they were admitted. Now, I even put a proviso to say the fact that the name of Mr. Ratoto appears there is not really too significant because this document was done after the fact. Now, we don't really know because it doesn't speak specifically to Mr. Ratoto. Then I referred to this document on page 6284. Now,
yes, we were on that document, yes.
Links the transfer from CCRC. So this happened, it's a link, it's a document that tells us what happened to this patient when they got to CCR, they got to Anchor. Here it tells us that these patients were taken from Anchor on the 23rd of June, and then they were simply left at CCRC. They were taken from CCRC, and they were simply left in the corridors of Anchor with no identification, no medication, no what. That is where we are right now.
That's fine.
Yes, because unless there is a specific document, my lady, that can say so and so was amongst or not amongst those patients, then we only have this circumstantial evidence to
just continue, Mr. Now I get where you're going. Continue.
My lady, it's 1 minute past 1. So
can we finish this point before you take the lunch break so that when you come back, I don't know how far you will be. You shall have disposed of this point, please.
As court pleases, my lady. Now, Doctor, you will note, I think there is 2 hands up. Mr. Shabangu, I don't know, I don't see the other one, my lady.
This is Mr. Rick Martin. Mr. Martin?
My apologies, my lady, for interrupting. If I may offer some assistance, if my learned friend could perhaps turn the evidence that was traversed yesterday, more particularly page 6342, being the evidence of Mr. Mola. And I'm looking...
My lady, with respect, I'm going to deal with the evidence of Mr. Mola at my own time, at my own pace. The point I'm making now is the point with regard to the linkage between these two. It doesn't help me at all to refer me to something that I'm still coming to deal with. If we can exercise patience and wait and only raise hands to object when there is an objection to be had, not just to raise hands and try and assist. I don't need assistance, man. I'm well capable of assisting myself.
Mr. Pitlela, please. Mr. Mola, let me hear you.
Mr. Martin, perhaps.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Rick Martin, yes.
My lady, page 6342, the second paragraph or later on.
My lady, may the witness step aside then, because now we are giving him testimony to come and testify about.
Can the witness step aside? Let him finish his point. He has not even finished his point, Mr. Pitlela. You are already.
No, my lady, I was merely asking that the witness step aside.
That's fine.
My lady, this was evidence that was traversed yesterday, and it is clear from page 6342, the second paragraph, it starts previous page, and I will briefly read it. It says, on arrival at Anchor Center, I informed the center manager, Dorothy, about the patient who was admitted at Mamelodi Hospital as unknown is Charity Ratsotso, because I have seen his identification book at the center ward.
I'm going to stop you. We have that evidence on record. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Shabangu?
As a court, please, my lady, my point is that to follow up on what my ladyship has asked, do we have evidence that from Life Esidimeni there was a problem of identification of Mr. Ratoto? My lady, we do not have that evidence, because when the Leonard doctor was led by Ms. Hassim SC, it was clear, the evidence was that when he was at CCRC, he was identified. But the problem when he was at Anchor, my lady.
Thank you.
As a court,
I'm going to allow Mr. Pitlela to finish his point. Thank you very much. Can you lower your hands? Thank you. Can we, Mr. Pitlela, deal with this point so that we can lay it to rest?
Let's call please, my lady. Doctor, are you back?
Yes, he's back. Continue.
Doctor, we, on page 6284, there is an indication of what happened to those patients that were delivered or transferred from CCRC to Anchor on the 23rd of June.
Yes.
And if you look at the report by Mr. Ngobo, JJ Ngobo, it says that this patient, and amongst them, 9 of those people, amongst them Mr. Razoto,
you are now having a problem. You're not going to be audible.
Apologies, my lady. Now, if you go back to that document by Mr. Ngobo, 30258, you will see that these patients were taken from Waverley on the 12th of May 2016.
No, Mr. Pitlela, I'm going to stop you. You have to sort out this. And on that, we're now going to take the lunch adjournment. I wanted you to dispose of this matter, but I think the connection is failing you.
Yes, it always happens before lunch, my lady.
Yeah, then just try again. If it's not going to work, we're going to take the lunch adjournment.
My lady, I think we can take the lunch adjournment. I think it will be better. I'll try to sort out this connection issue.
The witness is warned, and we're taking the lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2:05. Thank you.
Yes, Your Ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
Scott, please, my lady.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Pichel.
Scott, please, my lady. Welcome back, Doctor. Sorry. Doctor, before the break, we were discussing two documents. That was the report on page 30258, as well as a statement on page 6284. Now, the proposition that I was putting to you with reference to these two documents was that the logical sequence that can be gleaned from these two documents is that on the 23rd of June 2016, the same patients that were said in the report to have been transferred from Waverley, 9 of them, including Mr. Charity Razoto, pardon me, were transferred to Anchor. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I agree, Council.
Yes. And now, what I wanted to clarify was the fact that when these patients were received at Anchor on the 23rd of June 2016, Dorothy Franks, who was present, indicates in paragraph 1 of her statement the circumstances of how they came to be at Anchor. Do you follow me so far?
Yes.
And this is where I was reading out that portion where it says from what so and so, this is what happened, patients were left in the corridors, and so on and so forth. Do you follow me, Doctor?
Yes, I follow you.
Yes. Now, what is important, and this aspect is what I believe is relevant to the identification, is that these patients, amongst whom was Mr. Razoto, were simply left in the corridor. There was no proper handover.
Yes, because that's what the statement says.
Yes. And I don't know what's happening. And
I'm going to ask you to move to the side, not towards. Yes, if you move to. Thank you. The problem is immediately after you go back. You just went back immediately.
Apologies, my lady. Apologies. Now, this was, I believe, you read through the comments that were made, or the opinion of Dr. Makova.
Was that the pathologist?
Yeah, that's the pathologist.
Yes.
Yes, and I just want to refer you to the relevant portion. He indicates quite damningly that this is on page 6336, paragraph 5.6, 6336, my lady. And that will be on paragraph 5.6. Are you there, Doctor?
Yes, Councillor, I'm there.
Yes. You'll note again that date that I indicated that it's a very consistent feature, the 23rd of June 2016. He records here that the transfer of this patient appears to show an absolute lack of care and professionalism.
This is now paragraph 6.
5.6, my lady.
5.6.
5.6. Yeah, it's paragraph 5, subparagraph 5.6.
Okay.
And this is what Dr. Makova's opinion was with reference to the transfer of these patients, amongst whom was Mr. Charity Razoto. Now,
Yes, Councillor.
obviously, Doctor, we cannot say for certain that when Mr. Razoto was transferred from CCRC to Anchor, he had been properly identified. Do you agree?
Yes. What happened is that if I combine with the previous statement from Life, when they left Life, they put stickers on their chest. If you go, there's that document you made me to read. So they put stickers somewhere on their bodies before they went to CCRC. That is why I'm saying that the identity could have been lost from that process up to the Anchor House, because the gold standard, what would be the best way for you not to lose identity in hospitalized patients is to put a tag. You'll remember, if you may have noticed in the children's wards, you'll find the children, they walk around with, I think that color is green, with those tags. So that's the best way, because then you've got the name in that tag, you can bath with that tag, and you've got, then you can combine that name to a file. That's the easiest way to identify them. So if they had stickers from Life Esidimeni put on their clothes, those stickers can be, because they are talking about, I'm assuming that they're talking about hospital stickers, not the ones we are using for files. So those stickers could be lost, or they can take out the jersey they were wearing. So they could be lost at CRC. Even if they left with CRC with those stickers, they could also be lost at Anchor House. It's not the best way, especially when we're dealing with people who cannot express themselves.
Yes, and what is noteworthy as well, and this is from what Ms. Dorothy Franks will say, is that, of course, if they came with stickers, obviously it means it would not have been necessary to then put more stickers on them. You'd agree with me, Doc?
I agree, and I noted that from her evidence.
Yes, because she says that the staff took stickers and they tried to identify them by writing their names. So this tells us, Doctor, that in simple terms that these patients that came on the 23rd, when they went to from CCRC to Anchor, some of them were not identified.
It suggests that, Council, but I don't know how they've known their names then, if they came without their names and they were just dropped and left. When they were writing those names, where would they have got them from? Because even if they have the files, they won't be able to match the person to the file. So it's just those are all the difficulties I've had when I've tried to pinpoint when I was preparing my document that I submitted. Those are all the challenges that one would have. So it would be difficult. I don't know how they would have figured out which name belongs to which patient.
Thank you.
Yes, and I believe that is something that would have been quite unfair to the NGOs. Would you agree?
What would have been unfair, Mr. Pitlela?
To now have to carry the additional burden of having to identify these people. I mean, if it was simply done properly, then it would have eased the transfer process from CCRC to Anchor. Do you agree, Doctor?
Yes, I agree. If they were tagged, it would be much easier, because now they'll have to go through some steps, maybe look for their IDs. We don't know if they all had their IDs.
But the statement itself doesn't tell us as to how they were able to identify them, isn't it?
Yes, my lady. For me, what I read doesn't tell us how they figure out which name belongs to who. That's why then I have difficulty with the statement itself.
Yes. Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Pitler.
It might as well be that some of them remained unidentified even during that time.
Come again?
That's a possibility. Do you agree?
Come again? No, before the doctor agrees, I didn't pick that up.
I'm saying it might also be that at the time, some of them remained unidentified.
Well, even though those who
identified at a later stage.
Well, I don't know whether the doctor will be able to answer that. Okay.
It's a possibility, Doctor. It's not a fact.
Maybe all of them were not identified because I don't know how they will figure out how to identify them.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Doctor, on page 6289, now, this is a statement by one Nunu Joan Madite. She identifies herself as the sister to Mr. Atoto. You recall that yesterday, my learned colleague, Advocate Chabangu, referred you to the statement of Ms. Daphne Ndlovu on page 538. Now, I intend to deal with the incongruencies between what is said in this statement and also what has been put to you in cross-examination. So, for now, I would say let's go to the statement of Dr. Ms. Ndlovu. Page 538, and that would be paragraph 9. Is that paragraph 9? Yes.
Yes,
sorry, doctor. The paragraph 9 is actually on page 540. I think the statement starts on page 538. Paragraph 9 is on page 540, doctor.
Yes, Councillor, I'm on it. I'm on the paragraph.
I want you to have regard to what is said in this, where it says that line number 5, this Ms. Daphne Ndlovu says, I know there was a complaint about the late Charity Ratsotso that the family was not notified about his death. She goes on to say that the family was notified when he was placed in CCRC and when he was discharged to Anchor. I was communicating with the person known as Kevin about that. And after the discharge, I received a call, blah, 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 blah. Now, I think that statement is quite simple and clear. And I think it was this was put to you also yesterday. You recall?
I remember us discussing, I can't remember the specific line, but I remember us discussing this kind of this statement.
Yes, and I even objected that it must be read in totality, but that's water under the bridge. Now, bearing in mind that this was a statement made under oath by this Daphne Ndlovu, we can now go to the statement of Nono John Madite, who is the sister of the deceased.
Sorry, Council. Daphne Ndlovu, if you just remind me, she's the social worker at Cullinan.
Yes.
Correct, doctor, correct. Now, as I've put to you that this is the sister of the deceased.
This is a long statement. Where are you referring
yes,
the witness?
I'm going to refer the
Please
witness.
do. Yes.
Page 6290. It says, I think it's the last paragraph there before the start of paragraph 6. The last portion thereof. It says that when Charity Ratoto was transferred to CCRC early in 2016, the family had been notified of the transfer. Do you get that portion, Doctor?
Yes, I get it, Counsel.
Now, this tells us that when at CCRC, Mr. Ratoto was known, because even the family, his family was notified of his presence. Do you agree?
It's not quite clear whether they were notified by Cullinan or they were notified by Esidimeni. Because Esidimeni could have said, your family that was, Mr. Ratoto who was with us is now moving to Cullinan. So they may then say they were notified.
Let's read it in context, Doctor. Just a second. When Charity Ratoto was transferred to Cullinan Care and Rehabilitation Center early in 2016, the family had been notified of. Logic says to us, she was transferred. The family was notified of the transfer. That is the transfer to CCRC. So the evidence says she was transferred from, he was transferred from Waverley, Life Esidimeni to CCRC. So obviously, who should inform CRC about the transfer? Who should inform the family in that instance? Because this evidence tells us that he was transferred to CCRC. And as I've indicated, the evidence on record is that he was transferred from Waverley to CCRC.
Yes, my lady. And in paragraph.
That's how I understand it so far.
Yes, I was trying to assist the court. In paragraph 6.1, it actually states.
6.1?
Yes, it says that on or about the 3rd of March 2016, family received a call from Vet Porky that Charity Ratoto was transferred to CCRC and that he will be under the care and responsibility of one Miss Daphne Glovu.
That is clear then.
Yes. Now, this is where I was coming to say that when Charity was at CCRC, when Charity was received by CCRC, he was a known person. He was known. It wasn't an unknown individual.
Can we hear the doctor to respond now?
The statement doesn't confirm that Vet Porky or Waverley, but I'll call it Life Esidimeni, notified the family that Charity is going to CCRC and the social worker there will be Daphne Glovu. We don't know if CRC received that information. There's no evidence in that statement that then maybe, when CRC...
Okay, I don't know. Maybe the doctor has to read the whole statement. Otherwise, we're going to be... I don't know whether did you manage to read the whole statement, doctor?
Not now, my lady. I can't remember reading it.
Yeah, maybe you should read the statement because we have already run out of time. It appears Mr. Phihlela would like to be here to cross-examine you for the whole day. Just read the statement because we don't want a piecemeal evidence. It's a long statement. You might have to read it. I'm just worried because now, if just one paragraph is taken, it might be questions might be answered out of context.
If I come in, then it becomes clearer on 6.2 and 6.3. Because
come again?
It becomes clearer on 6.2 and 6.3.
That is why I say it's better for you because we don't know where Mr. Phihlela is heading to. Which questions will he be asking you? Mr. Phihlela, are you going to be asking him more questions on the statement or not? Perhaps he must just read paragraph 6 alone.
My lady, what I was putting to the witness was just to confirm that when he came from Life Esidimeni to CCRC, he was known, he had been identified.
Okay.
And this was also even known.
Then you are done with the statement.
I'm not done, my lady, because this statement
so
is
without
relevant to
any time, I just want to find out whether you should read the whole statement, because I'm just afraid that the evidence could be taken out of context. So I want him to read the whole statement if you're still going to be on the statement.
My lady, what I was trying to, I wouldn't say it is necessary to read the entire statement, because the portions that I'll be referring to are.
It's only which just refer him to the paragraphs.
I'm going to refer you to paragraph 6.2, 6.3, 6.4.
That is only paragraph 6 then.
Yes, it flows.
Can he just...
Paragraph 6, my lady, is quite extensive because it ends on page 6293.
It's fine. Let him just read paragraph 6.
Are you done, Doctor?
Yes, Councillor, I'm done.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
You will note that according to this statement by Ms. Madite, she was in constant contact with the social worker, Ms. Defninjo.
Yes, Councillor, that's what she says in the statement.
Yes. Now, if you go to paragraph 6.5, let's move to 6.6. It is stated that in September 2016, she had news about some psychiatric patients who died and so on. And then she contacted Daphne Ndlovu, and Daphne assured her that Charity was not part of those transferred to NGOs, and further stating that Charity is okay. I have just seen him. He has made himself comfortable. He was moving around. Did you see that part?
Yes, I said, Councillor.
Now, this is not true because in September, Mr. Ratoto would have already perished. But this is what the family was being told.
What is not true? Sorry, Councillor, what is not true?
I'm saying, my lady, I think Ms. Munjalele wants to say something.
Yes.
Yes, please, the court, my lady. I'm going to object to this line of questioning by my learned colleague, Mr. Pitlela. It is on record, my lady, that Charity Ratsoso was transferred to Anchor on the 23rd of June, 2016. So there is no way that my client, Ms. Matloli Daphne Ndlovu, would have informed this witness on this date referred to in the statement, which is September 2016, that Charity Ratsoso is doing well. Because at that time, my client already knew that Charity had already been transferred to Anchor. So my request to my learned colleague is to desist to continue with this line of cross-examination unless if he intends to call Mrs. Nono John Madise to testify so that she should be questioned around what she said regarding paragraph 6.6.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela?
I'm still waiting to hear what the objection is about, but at the end of the day, this is quite simple. This is evidence that is available to
Can I ask, now the witness has to step aside. Just lower your hand, Miss Mjerere. Please lower your hand. Yes. It keeps on. It's still up, all right. Let me leave you. Yes.
There is nothing objectionable with what I'm doing. I'm referring to the evidence that is on record. Now, to put a version, yesterday we were referring to evidence of people that I did not even know whether they've testified or not. We were referring to Mr. Mola. I don't remember him coming to testify, and that was fine. So now this is what I'm putting to say there is a version by this Daphne Ndlovu which seems to contradict another evidence that by one Ms. Madite. And that, my lady, it's for the court to determine who to believe. It's a question of credibility, who to believe. If this witness comes and Ms. Munjale can cross-examine the witness and put that version to her, but she can't object to me cross-examining on the basis of documents that are on record.
Yes, Ms. Munjale.
My issue, my lady, like I've already indicated, was that my learned colleague is fully aware that there is already evidence before court, my lady, to the effect that Charity Ratsoso was transferred to Anchor on the 23rd day of June. So the paragraph that he wants to to cross-examine the doctor about it. It is clear already that this paragraph, something is wrong with it. Hence, I'm saying he can only continue with the cross-examination and only if he intends to have this witness called to come and testify and be cross-examined about the content of your statement, which according to me, my lady, is not correct because the witness being referred to...
According to you, but it is on record and it is by someone else, isn't it? The family member. The evidence is on record. Can I hear one view and then we close the matter? Evidence leaders, where are you?
My lady, I agree with Mr. Pishlela. The statement is on record, and he can ask questions if it's in the end relevant and necessary. That witness can be called to refute or agree with whomever she wants to agree.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Pishlela.
God pleases my lady. The good doctor, I think, we stepped aside.
Yeah, ish.
I don't know.
Can the doctor come back? Ish. Are you finishing, Mr. Pishlela?
Malaysia still have like 5 deceased persons to interrogate, and unfortunately that is beyond my control. It's based on what was said about. We've got Franz Decker, we've got Virginia Macapella, we've got Arun Gondwani. So
okay, let's not waste time then. Mr. Sim.
May I please quote my lady? My question regarding, and I tried to raise my hand a little earlier.
I didn't see that. No, I didn't even notice that. Yes.
That this is a long statement by Ms. Daphne. By Mr. Ratz.
By Miss Mabitse, Mr. Mabitse.
No, Madite was.
I don't know, Joan. I don't know whether it's a he or a she. I don't know.
The sister of.
It's the sister Joan. Yes.
Yes. And I'm just not able to understand what Mr. Pishlela is able to get from this witness regarding the statement. He's a clinician who's here to testify about the cause of death. Ms. Ndlovu will be appearing in this inquest, and is it not more appropriate to put the questions to Ms. Daphne Ndlovu? Again, my lady, I stress, this cross-examination has been going on since this morning.
Mr. Pishlela?
My lady, the statement of Ms. Ndlovu was put forward as authority for a proposition that family was contacted. And I'm saying it was not. And that is simple as that. I mean,
is it not something that we can take up with Miss Ndlovu when she testifies?
Unfortunately, I wasn't aware that Miss Ndlovu hadn't testified.
She's one of the person who was supposed to have testified before we called the doctors.
Yeah, because I saw a statement being flown around.
She has not yet testified. She's in the list of witnesses. I think she's number 10. If maybe we can save the time. Ms. Munjera?
Yeah, no, if she hasn't testified, then I'll deal with her when she comes.
I just want to send a message, my lady, to my colleague that regarding the earlier statement that he has said to say that Mrs. Ndlovu said in a statement that she has contacted the family, and Malenat colleague going further to say that that is not what happened. I think
that is what?
That is not what happened. That Mrs. Ndlovu contacted the family. So I'm just saying to my colleague that he must desist from making such type of utterances, because what did not happen is what he's actually saying, because Mrs. Ndlovu will come and testify that that is what she has done. She has contacted the family. So Malenat colleague is not in a position to can tell the court that that Mrs. Ndlovu did not contact the family, because it is also in her statement as well, my lady, that she did contact the family. So,
Okay, it's fine.
so this type of utterances by Mr. Pitela is not proper.
Can we then leave that because the witness has not yet testified? He must leave this because I don't know. I think the point of what the submission by Ms. Hasim has merit because the witness is still going to testify. Perhaps let's leave the doctor to deal with the issues that he's supposed to deal with, because that is why you have got such a long cross-examination. Thank you.
That's I defer to the wisdom of this court, my lady. Unfortunately, that witness has not testified because I saw a statement being referred to. I assume that already she has come and gone. Hence, I had to deal with this aspect and this issues.
Thank you.
But what Ms. Munjale is saying,
can we leave that? I don't even want us to go. Just a second. I don't want us to go there.
Yeah,
right?
Well, I'll deal with the witness when she comes. It's fine.
Thank you very much.
She'll come and restate that and we'll deal with her adequately.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we call the witness back?
Yes, welcome back, Doctor. My lady, before I move to the next question, may I just establish whether this Mr. Mola has testified or not? Because I don't want to...
Mr. Mola has not testified.
Escort, please, my lady. Now...
The witness is not there. Do you see the witness?
Yes, I can see the witness, my lady.
Can you see him? Because I don't see him.
No, I'm looking right at you.
Can you all see the witness? Is it me alone who is not seeing the witness?
I think so, my lady. I can see him perfectly.
May it please the court, my lady. He's not visible to me. Sorry, my lady.
Can you see him, Mr. Pina?
No, my lady.
My lady, the witness is visible from my side.
Okay, thank you.
I can also not see him, my lady.
Then something is not right. I thought it was me alone.
Maybe the witness should exit and come back.
Okay, there he is. Thank you.
Spot business, my lady. Now, in all fairness, Doctor, you were referred to the statement of Mr. Mola as being authority for a proposition that somewhere along the way, Mr. Mola was able to identify Mr.
No.
Charity
Mr. Pichele, please, you are not audible.
My lady, is the connection problem. That's all.
Yes, but if we allow that, it's going to taint our record. Please, you'll have to exit and rejoin. Yeah, please.
Can your ladyship hear me?
You'll have to exit and rejoin. So now what is happening to the fictitious one now? There is another Mr. Pitlela there.
Which one now? Where
you were previously. He still appears.
Oh my God. What's happening?
So we've got two Mr. Pitlelas. The ghost one.
It's a twin, my lady.
The other one has to disappear, otherwise we're going to be confused here. We wouldn't know who's posing questions to the witness.
If I can go for assistant, my lady, Mr. Pichela must close the other link and open the new one.
Okay, thank you. I was just alerting him that we have got a ghost here, otherwise... We're still going to have a number of ghosts here. Did you close the first one? You didn't.
No, I closed everything, my lady.
We're still having the ghost.
We're
still having the ghost here.
Then.
Okay, let's proceed. We'll just have to ignore the ghost.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. My lady, I can't see the good doctor now.
You see?
Oh, here he is. He's becoming visible just now.
Just ignore the ghost, doctor.
Yes, my lady.
What's happening? Hey, doctor. You are referred to the statement by Mr. Mola. Now, I'm not going to deal with the essence of that statement. Part of it will be dealt with when he comes to testify.
The ghost has just left us. Thank you very much. Yes.
The only thing that I wanted to converse with you was with regard to the date, because...
To the date?
Yeah, because it seems like, according to what was referred to by my learned colleague, Advocate Shabangu, he mentioned that Mr. Mola started his first day of work on the 26th of June.
At Anchor.
And that, yes, and that is the day where Mr. Ratoto was taken ill and subsequently taken to hospital on the 27th, which at 2 o'clock. So now this is the part where, because it doesn't seem to agree with what you've stated in your statement, because then there will be an entire day where Mr. Ratoto is unaccounted for, because you're saying that he was admitted Mamelodi Hospital Emergency Department as an unknown male patient on the 29th of June, 2019. Now, by a simple calculation, that would be 2 days later than when he was actually first taken ill. Now, I just wanted to give you a fair opportunity to comment on that. Maybe it's an error on the side of what is stated by Mr. Mola, or it's an error on the side of what is stated by you. Because dates are important.
Lady, can I request that we go to that Mamelodi documents, emergency, so that I can just double check if I do not make an error with that 29th?
Okay. Can you do that, Mr. Pitlela? Or even Ms. Hasim can also assist.
Yeah, I'm sitting on top of a mountain of
Ms. Hasim, can you assist us with Mamelodi Hospital records? Where can we find them?
I'll do so, my lady. Give me 1 moment. I believe it's page 6233, my lady.
Page 62?
62.
Yes.
33.
62?
33.
33. Thank you.
This is the opinion of Dr. Makowans.
Is this?
My lady, 6233.
Yes, I'm there.
The Mamelodi Hospital records, yes.
Oh, 2, not 3.
6233.
Yes.
Once you find it, my lady, I can go ahead and just confirm what I wanted to confirm.
Okay.
Can I go ahead, my lady?
Yes, you can.
Yes, that's a Mamelodi Hospital Emergency Department. It's a triage area, and the date is at the top, 29/6/2016. And that page looks like a a doctor's note was admitting referred from a rehabilitation center as an unknown male. So I got that date from there. So 29th of June, I can confirm it. Then that so on the Mamelodi records is correct. Yes. So if I can go ahead, if Mr. Mole's date of 26 is correct, then there is a, I can agree with council that there's a 3-day, there's a gap between 26 and 29.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Can we pass that, Mr. Pitlela?
Yes, my lady. I'm just trying to skip through some of the questions here. Okay, doctor. The reason I was asking you about this date is because I think it's quite important to know how long Mr. Ratoto was at the NGO before he became ill. And as it stands, because I've got different dates, I'm not even sure. But the proposition I'll put to you is that he spent more time at the hospital than he did at the NGO.
Well, he went to the NGO from the 23. Yes, and then moved to the hospital on the 29th, and he died on the 11th of July.
Can the witness repeat that? Because I think there was a dialogue between the two of you. It's not going to be clearly captured on record.
Yes, as my lady, Mr. Rasoso went to Anchor Home on the 23rd June. Got admitted in Mamelodi on the 29th of June, and then died on the 11th of July.
Thank you.
Yes, and by simple calculation, it means he spent more time at the hospital than he did at the NGO. Because he spent 6 days at the NGO, spent 10 or more days at the hospital. Yes.
Can we leave that?
Yes, we are moving on.
Please.
You'll note, you'll agree with me, yes. On page 6366.
On page?
The statement of Dr. T.
On page?
6330.
633, yes. These are hospital records.
The statement of Dr. Makudu.
Page 633, 633.
Yes, 6330, my lady.
6330, okay. Then it's a different page.
It's a statement by Dr. Makudu of Mamelodi Hospital. He's the attending, he was the clinical manager.
Okay.
That is what confirms the date and so on. Now,
is it a statement or a report?
I think it's a report.
This is a medical report by the doctor who attended to the patient at the hospital. Who attended the patient at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, according to this report, the patient was stable throughout his stay in the ward. Do you see that, doctor?
Where is it, Kaza?
6331, the next page. Just before conclusion and before, just going between conclusion and the prescription, the medication that was being used for him.
Can't you identify the paragraph? This page, there is this first paragraph. In fact, there is a paragraph that is starting from 6330. Then the first paragraph will be a diagnosis. Second, the patient, then conclusion. What are you talking about here?
a diagnosis of epilepsy, that paragraph at the end there, at the end of the paragraph where dates are noted, June 29.
His condition, okay.
Yes. It says no seizures were reported during his stay in the ward, but he looked weak. Do you see that part?
It's not where you've, I don't see it myself.
My lady, where it starts with a diagnosis of
now you are, this is the first, that is the first paragraph that appears on this page, because after the last paragraph that comes from 330.
Yes, then there is a paragraph that starts there.
Yes, Valente, I see it.
Yes, continue.
Yes, just at the end of that paragraph, there is an indication that between the 29th of June until the 7th of July, this was what was prescribed to him daily. And then no seizures were reported during his stay in the ward, but he looked weak. Do you see that part?
Yes, I see.
And it continues to the next paragraph that the patient's condition remained stable throughout his stay in the ward. Medication was issued as prescribed and no seizures were reported. His condition changed on the 10th July. (2016), and the doctor was to the patient around 11. Upon arrival, patient noted that he was not breathing spontaneously, had no heartbeat, no pulse, and his pupils were fixed and dilated. Conclusion is that he suffered from cardiopulmonary arrest and was certified dead at 1:05 in the morning, 11 July. Doctor, what I want to understand from you, when this patient left Anchor, he was transported by ambulance. He was taken to the hospital in Mamelodi, and there he received medical attention. Agree?
Yes, cousin.
Yes, there was medical intervention. He stabilized for the duration of his stay, some 10 days, which is longer than the time that he spent at the NGO, until out of nowhere his condition changed on the 10th of July 2016.
My lady, I want to bring to the attention of the court that the report is not in keeping with the postmortem findings.
This report?
This report is not in keeping. The postmortem finding that said the person died from aspiration pneumonia. But the report is not talking about chest symptoms.
Just a second. Yes.
So,
this report, it doesn't talk about anything, any problem on the chest?
It doesn't talk about, if I've read it well, I don't see anywhere where it says, it talks about chest symptoms. The patient died from a pneumonia.
Yes.
The pneumonia itself, as I've explained, is that it can be related to seizures, aspiration, and death. But the report itself does not talk about chest symptoms.
Okay.
Yeah, but doctor, now what concerns me here is if he was taken to the hospital and maybe he had seizures and he had aspirated things, obviously he should have been able to, they should have been able to detect that he has aspirated some things, whether food or bodily fluids or whatever the case might be. Do you agree?
They would have picked up just symptoms. I must also just note that the report is written by the clinical manager. I'm not sure if it's the team that actually treated him. It's written by the clinical manager of the hospital.
Yes, doctor, but I believe that if you had access to clinical notes regarding his stay during the hospital, it would have cast a more illuminating idea of what actually transpired. Because now it seems like we don't know what happened to him when he was at the hospital. Do you agree?
From this report, it looks like he was stable. I'm not sure that they're referring the stability of the seizures, the stability of the pneumonia. It doesn't tell us that.
When you look at the medication that was prescribed at the hospital, pennythroin 300 milligrams, famine 100 milligrams, Valium, Respidol. Would any of those be for the treatment of pneumonia?
No, they're not for treatment of pneumonia.
So it shows that that pneumonia was not treated at the hospital. You agree?
But that is the treatment. Let me just say, the patient arrived at Mamelodi on the 29th of June. He was on a stretcher. Actually, based on arrival, the patient was immediately attended by a medical officer in emergency unit. He was found to be having a generalized tonic-clonic seizure. He was loaded with phenytoin, Respidol 2 milligrams, Valium to abort the seizure. But blood gases were done and blood collected for analysis. The results were analyzed and were generally acceptable. But it does not tell us what then happened after that event. That is what. If he comes to the hospital having seizures, obviously that will be the first thing they'll pick up, that is having seizures, and then they'll start that treatment.
Yes. And as you have indicated, because of the risk of aspiration, those seizures, because there is a part where it says that during the EMS transportation, they noted a rasping sound from his breathing. And when you testified, you also indicated that that was also another indicator that he might have aspirated something.
Yes.
Yes. Now I want to know, why was he not treated for the pneumonia at the hospital? What could be the reason?
I'm not certain if he was not treated. And even if I knew that he was not treated, they will have to explain themselves why they didn't treat the pneumonia.
Yeah, and according to your colleague, Professor Pinar, what is not written is not done. You also subscribe to that.
What's not written in the notes? What's not written is what is not written in the notes. But this is a report.
Mr. Pichela, can you let the witness finish?
Apologies, my lady.
I was saying, my lady, that we are looking at this report now, and I'm now being taken to speak on behalf of the clinical manager on how he or she wrote her report. The report doesn't tell us the details of what actually happened in the hospital. So I cannot conclude whether they treated the pneumonia or not.
What is the name of this doctor, if I may? Didn't check.
Dr. Makudu, Titi Makudu.
Yes.
Makudu.
What? Makudu.
KHU.
I got it. I can see it here.
Yeah, doctor, all I'm saying is, and this is quite simple here. I'm not asking you to criticize anybody. I'm saying I came to know during the
Can we ask the doctor to respond to this question that you have just asked before you forget it? You asked the doctor that in fact you were talking about the issue of why was the patient not treated, the deceased not treated for pneumonia at the hospital. Yes. Then you said, according to Professor Pinar, what is not written is not done. So you interjected that while the doctor was busy responding to that. Can the doctor finish his answer to that?
Yes, but that's a line we usually use to make sure that doctors document all the critical steps that they do in the management of patients. But in this report by Dr. Titi Makudu, signed on the 23rd of August 2017, a year after the person passed away, there is no mention of a pneumonia. There is no mention of what was actually done in the hospital. So it will be difficult to comment whether A was done or B was done. So this line that what's not written is not done, it refers to the clinical notes of the hospital.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and what I'm saying is, if those clinical notes had been compiled for the duration of the stay of Mr. Razoto at the hospital, we would be able to refer to them right now and see what happened to him while he was in hospital. Why did his condition suddenly change on the 10th of July when he was thought to be stable and was fine and in the ward? He was not in high care, but he had been released to the ward.
Are you saying, my lady, counsel, that there are no records from Mamelodi?
No, I'm not saying there are no records. I'm not saying there are no records. I'm saying if they were there, then we know about them.
You are saying
there is a hand before.
Yes, but before I take that hand, can you clarify what you are putting to the witness? Because I also don't follow. I've noted you, Mr. Hassim. The witness perhaps shouldn't answer before Ms. Hassim addresses the court.
I'm saying if there are records that indicate his management at Mamelodi Hospital, then they would give us an indication of what happened to him from the 29th or the 26th of June until the 10th of July when he took a 10 for the West. And this is in follow-up to what the doctors confirmed as applying in the medical field, that what is not recorded is not done.
Ms. Hassim?
Thank you, my lady. The first thing to note is that the doctor's already answered that motto, if one can put it that way.
I'm just going to ask him to step aside. Yes.
That the motto of what is not written is not done applies to clinical records. The doctor has already answered that. And that the report by Dr. Makudu some time later is not, those are not clinical records. That's just a report. First, that's the first thing, and the doctor has already clarified that.
It's not a clinical report.
It's not they're not clinical records. It's just a report from the clinical manager at the hospital. Was asked to provide a report regarding.
Not necessarily by the doctor who treated the patient.
That's the point, my lady. That's precisely the point. The second thing is that there are clinical records from Mamelodi Hospital in this record. So I'm not sure why my learned friend is suggesting that there aren't clinical records to the doctor.
Maybe you can refer him to those records. He should have seen them, Mr. Pitlele.
My lady, unfortunately, I joined the proceedings late, so I'm not at the same pace as the others.
Come again?
I've joined the proceedings. I'm saying I joined the proceedings late, so I'm not at the same pace
I
as the
don't think
others.
that is an excuse, because some of us we are also even if we started with the proceedings, it's not a question of when did you join the proceedings, because the records are there. Right? If you deal with this part of the evidence, you should know where to find the records.
My lady,
do you want to look at them, or do we pass them, or I don't know?
I want to have a look at those records, because I want to know what happened to Mr. Ratoto the time that he was at Mamelodi Hospital. I think that is a question even his family wants to know. It's not just for in the interest
So
of
are you saying you haven't looked at the records? Is that what you are saying?
I've looked at the medical findings and what was being based upon.
Okay.
Yes.
So what are you going to do? Because are we going to have the witness? Are you done with your questions, or do you still have more questions?
I'm very far from over, my lady. I still have a long way to go.
So you're going to take the whole day today? It looks like it.
It does. I'm going to end in the next 58 minutes. It's not going to be possible. I still have to deal with Mr. Franz Decker, extensive documents. I still have to deal with Ms. Virginia Macapella, extensive documents.
I hope you have looked at the records. If they were at the hospitals, I hope you have looked at the clinical hospital records of those particular.
Yes, unfortunately, my lady, the thing is, what assistance is being sought from the good doctor is to interpret those records. I'm not a medical doctor, so whatever they write in there with their handwriting, I will not be able to see. Even if you present those records to me right now, it's not like they're going to assist me until I get somebody who actually knows what is written there. And this is the time where I'm able to use this witness to untangle what is written. And I believe that was being also by others.
Can we call the witness? I'm just awaiting a dialogue between myself and Mr. Pitlele.
Apologies, my lady.
Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Pitlele. So what do we do with this issue of the records? Are you still going to revisit it, or do you want to deal with it now? I thought you were going to ask the assistance of Ms. Hasim to assist you as to where you can get them. Unless if you want to leave it, and then you proceed with other things. It's up to you.
Yeah, my lady, maybe I should try and proceed with the other things.
Okay.
I'll just make time to look through all those documents.
Thank you. Proceed.
Doctor, what is the interaction between this medication that is being recorded here? The prescribed medication was chlorpromazine.
Just leave the doctor to read those things.
I might be qualified as a doctor once this proceedings are done.
You are not Mr. Van Bergen, eh? All right, so we're still on this page. 6331.
Yes, because the doctor has recorded in your report, Doctor, under Mr. Charity Ratoto, you list certain medication. Now, I wanted to know how they would interact with the medication that is listed under that, what is called a clinical report, or whatever it is you choose to call it, banana, whatever.
Yeah?
Yes, my lady.
Continue.
On that page, doctor, I want to know the interaction between these two medications that he was on when it interacted with the medication he received at the hospital. What is the results then?
My lady, there will be no problem. The phenytoin that he was put on is an epilepsy drug.
Yes.
Thiamine is a vitamin drug. It's a vitamin.
Okay.
So phenytoin is because they probably noticed that he was having seizures. Phenytoin is for seizures. At the beginning, they said that he was loaded with phenytoin 1.5 gram, Risperdal 2 milligrams.
Come again, which one is for seizures? Which one is for epilepsy?
My lady, the medications in this report are mentioned on two paragraphs. Let me just start with the first one, where they say actual events.
Which report are we talking? Are we talking about the report of Makudu, Dr. Makudu?
Of Makudu.
Yes.
Of Makudu.
I'm on that paragraph which talks about these two. The one is the 300 milligrams, the other one is 100 milligrams.
Yes. The 300 is phenytoin.
Yes.
It's for epilepsy.
Yes.
And the second one, thiamine, is a vitamin. It's a vitamin B. It's a vitamin tablet.
Okay.
So I will not expect any problems with those medications combined with the psychiatric medications.
Okay.
Okay, doctor. Now, yesterday you mentioned that some of this medication, if you stop them suddenly, you might even die. Or I don't know if I'm quoting you correctly.
Mr. Pichela, you're going to repeat that. You're not going to be audible.
Clozapine or something.
Mr. Pichela, you are breaking.
My lady.
Yes, you are breaking.
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible now, my lady?
You can't just say, am I audible? I haven't heard you saying anything. Continue.
Doctor, yesterday you mentioned, and even during your evidence in chief, that some of this psychiatric medication, if you stop them suddenly,
you are breaking.
It could have. I'm gonna exit and rejoin, my lady.
Please do.
Maybe it's my phantom trying to take over. I'm back.
Okay, continue.
Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, counsel.
Yes. What I was saying is, yesterday you highlighted an important thing where you mentioned that some of this medication, if a person has been taking that medication for some time and they suddenly stopped, it could have far-reaching consequences or even be fatal. You still recall, are there any of that medication listed here? Compared to what?
I think I did go over these medications one by one, even yesterday. And I did say that if you suddenly stop oxazepam and clonazepam, you could precipitate a seizure if you've been using them for some time.
Are those the only side effects?
Of stopping them, counsel?
Yes.
Yeah, there's many, they can cause many other things. Yes. Firstly, you could relapse of what you can relapse from what you are being treated for. So the symptoms of your illness itself can come back. I'm just talking about even all of them now. They are there for a purpose to treat an illness. So if you started to stop them, you could relapse. But specifically on these ones, if you stop the clonazepam and oxazepam, you can precipitate a seizure.
Okay. But what is clear, doctor, I'm sorry, doctor, it seems like you're breaking on my side. And I can't see the judge.
I was about to disturb you, but you can continue your counsel.
No, I prefer that you testify. You are more important here. I can't see the judge. I don't know if you can see.
You are just in front of me, Mr. Pitlela.
Scott, please, my lady.
You can't see me?
Yes. I can see you.
I can see you. Just talk, please.
Okay, my lady. Scott, please. Doctor, what is clear, and this is from my understanding of what you have testified to with reference to Mr. Razoto, is that there does not appear to have been treatment administered for any pneumonia while he was at Mamelodi Hospital. Correct me if I'm wrong.
As I said, I will have to go over the clinical notes to check if that was done or not done.
Come again?
Yes,
you have to check if that was done, if that was not done.
Yes, my lady.
Okay, proceed.
Well, can't you be able to pick that up from the medication that he would have been placed on?
The medication
Isn't
that
it there
is
is a
on
report
the
manager?
The medication that the report just says he was on phenytoin, trimethoxam, and thiamine from 29th of June until 7th. So it just tells us that he was on that medication. If we go by that report, then he was only on those two medications. That's what the report says.
Yes, and I'm talking about the report now. As far as the report from the clinical manager at Mamelodi Hospital is concerned, the medication that is indicated in that report, none of it is there to treat pneumonia.
No, none of it.
Thank you, doctor.
But okay, the court it's well aware of the evidence. We have got there are clinical notes. Perhaps one will have to look at the clinical notes. But continue, Mr. Pitlela.
Scott, please, my lady. Now, when Mr. Razoto first died, I don't know if he died a second time, but when he first died, it was indicated as a form of heart failure. Am I correct?
Where is it indicated? Oh, yes, in the report. They said he suffered, a conclusion, the patient suffered a cardiopulmonary arrest.
Yes. And in simple terms, it's heart failure.
Something else. It just means the heart and the lungs stopped.
And there was no explanation why they did.
There's no explanation why they did in the report.
Yes. It was only during the post-mortem that they were able to discover this aspiration pneumonia as the cause of death.
Yes, yeah.
Then it actually confirms what you and I have already ventured here, that if it wasn't discovered at the hospital, then obviously it was never treated.
As per this report, as I said, per this report, the people who treated the patient, they have to answer for themselves.
Yes, and if obviously if it had been discovered, the medication would have been indicated. I mean, the pathologist went through all those clinical notes. I'm guided by what the pathologist has said. He has gone through the clinical notes. There's no need for me to actually go and look at them because somebody with more insight has looked at them already and he came to the conclusion that he did. Do you agree?
He concluded that he was not treated. Are you saying that?
No. He concluded that the cause of death was different from what the hospital was able to notice or pick up.
No, he concluded that the person died from aspiration from a pneumonia, but I'm not sure if he also concluded that the hospital did not pick it up. I also myself cannot remember whether they picked it up or they didn't.
You would agree with me, Doctor, that if it was done, if treatment was administered, especially since you mentioned that it is a requirement in your profession that clinical notes be properly recorded.
But it doesn't say that the reports must cover everything. So
Yes.
we're now dealing with a report. It doesn't. There's no need for doctors to include everything in their reports when they are asked to write reports.
Thank you. I'm going to close this issue. It has been sufficiently canvassed, Mr. Pichel. Can we move on?
Doctor, did you note that during the time when Mr. Rakoto was at Mamelodi Hospital, even at the mortuary, as late as January 2017, he was still being recorded as unknown. Did you pick that up from the report of the forensic pathologist, Dr. Mahoba?
Can we just go to it, Council? I really have had too many dates to remember all I've had.
You can start on page 632. That is the first report. Let me just make sure. It's dated the 11th of January 2017.
Yes, I'm on it, Council.
Yes, it records that a body of an unknown deceased male. The deceased unknown black male admitted to Mamelodi. Do you see that, Doctor?
Yes, I said, Council.
Yes, and this is very simple. It's because even at that time, on this date, the 11th of January 2017, he was still not yet identified. Because if he had, it would have indicated his name.
11th of January 2017 is that not the date the pathologist wrote the report?
Come again, Doctor?
11th of January 2017 is the date the pathologist wrote the report.
Okay.
Now, if we look at, now it would not have been necessary for him to write an unknown male if he knew or was this person. Do you agree? Why would he write an unknown male person when he knows his Charity Ratoto? There is a hand by Advocate Late, my lady.
Mr. Late?
With all due respect, I think this aspect regarding the identification of Charity Ratsotso has been stepped over and stepped into the mud for a long time. Mr. Pishlela is in the civil side of the law. It's often that the pathologists write unknown male because the documents have not yet been reported. If Mr. Pishlela go to page 6260, you will see there that the body was identified to Dr. Makoba as Charity Ratsotso. It is one of the standard documents that goes with a post-mortem.
Thank you. I think this closes the matter. Mr. Pitlela, can we hear you on this point?
Well, I beg to differ because according to the documents that I have,
can you please
Mr. Ratoto spent 165 days. Pardon me, my lady.
I haven't been hearing anything that you said. Can you repeat?
Yes, my lady. What I'm saying
I couldn't hear anything.
According to the documents.
You see?
According to the documents, Mr. Ratoto spent 165 days as an unidentified corpse in the mortuary. Now, if indeed all these people who are coming to testify are telling the truth about when he was identified, then he would not have needed to spend that long in the mortuary while they are trying to trace his family.
Okay.
Now, the issue of his identification is far from over. It's not as simple as saying this doctor could have done this, Peter is on the civil side of things. Law is very easy to practice, either way.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela, we have heard you. Ms. Hasim?
Thank you, Madam. Sorry, I don't think you saw my hand earlier, so I had to just jump in. My lady...
Either your hand button is not working. Why didn't I notice you? And this is okay. Maybe it's because you are now okay. Continue. I can see it now.
My lady, I just wanted to draw the court's attention and my learned friend's attention to page 6335 of the record. And I hope that in doing so, we can put this to bed, the question of the identification of Mr. Ratsoso. 6335. It is a report by Dr. Makroba, the pathologist, and he explains that Mr. Ratsoso was an unknown male at the time when he first performed the post-mortem, and that he had been identified at the mortuary by the social worker. And he records
yes, the paragraph 3.
This is in 2018, this report, my lady. It's 24.
I see that on paragraph 3. Am I correct?
It is paragraph 3, my lady. I don't think there's any dispute about this.
I don't know whether Mr. Pitlela follows. If you go to paragraph 3, Mr. Pitlela.
My lady, I follow quite clearly. And this is the point that I was trying to make, that on the first report,
so it's fine. January, I don't want you to keep...
Can you, on the second
Mr.
one,
Pitlela?
24th, my lady.
Mr. Pitlela?
Scott pleases, my lady.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Did you hear what Ms. Hasim said?
Yes.
This point is not in dispute.
Then it shouldn't have been an issue to be objected on.
Can we carry on?
Because I was putting to the witness that it was.
I'm worried about your record, your device there.
My lady, I'm gonna exit and come back. I can't see, your lady is blurry on this thing, so I can't see.
You should be the only one who says I'm blurry. I don't know. So it shows that then something is wrong with your connectivity.
May I hang up and then come back, my
Please
lady,
do.
with your permission?
Please do.
Escort, please.
Yes, continue.
Scott, please, my lady. Doctor, I think the point has been clarified, and you can confirm that even on the date of the 11th of January 2017, Mr. Ratoto was not yet identified.
All right, Council.
Yes. And this then obviously puts into question all that was said about his previous identification at Mamelodi Hospital. Don't you agree?
Yes, it's people providing certain opinions. If that date is not in dispute, then it will put the previous identification in question. Then.
Lady, I'm seeing two of your ladyship on the screen. I don't know. Oh.
Are you seeing another ghost of mine now?
Yeah, but it just disappeared now.
Mr. Late.
I was just wondering whether it was the screen or something else that causes the double vision, my lad.
No, okay. But did you see something?
No, nothing. There was nothing wrong. There's definitely something wrong with Mr. Pislela's connection, because he's the person who's got most problems during the sessions.
Yeah, I was just scared that if people now start seeing the ghost of a judge, it will be a problem now. Continue, Mr. Pislela.
Now, Doctor, I am going to put it to you that during the time that Mr. Ratoto was at Anchor, he was treated in accordance with the capacity, the resources, the staff, that the NGO could master. You want to comment on that?
I'm not sure if I got you. You are saying that he was treated with the capacity that the NGO could master. Am I getting the question? It was a bit of a cut.
Yes, that's what he's saying. Yes, correct.
Yes, he was given appropriate care within the capacity of the NGO, given all the circumstances that were prevailing and all the problems that were encountered during the implementation of project Marathon project. That is what I'm putting to you.
Mali, I don't remember, we're tired to remember, we've spent the whole day finding areas of deficit. It will be very difficult to just generalize like that. I mean, if I can mention just one, there was that Mr. Mole who found the patient lying. I do not know what the name of the patient. I'm just remembering one of the events. That could not have been standard, as I've said, that could not have been standard what would be expected of a health facility where a patient can collapse and be unknown as the patient, and the person doesn't know who the patient who has collapsed, who they are treating. But I'm not going to be able to remember all the tired in the afternoon to remember all the deficiencies to be discussing, but that one stands out.
Yeah, but the problem, Doctor, is you see now, this is where the problem lies. You are referred to a statement and it was presented to you as a fact, whereas that statement is contested. Now, you are not entitled to accept what is stated in that statement as a fact. If you are not going to accept each and every statement that I give to you, you understand? Because now you are referring to what Mr. Mola said, and Mr. Mola has not yet testified. So you can't accept that as a fact.
Yes, Miss. Just a second. I don't want Mr. Pitlela. Please avoid a dialogue with the witness. Miss Asim.
My learned friend is arguing with the witness.
Yes.
If you could just make his point and move on. The witness has already answered the questions about the NGOs and the capacity and all of that.
Thank you. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, I was putting a version to the witness. It means I'm done. It's not a...
The witness has answered,
the version
but then
that
why then go back to his answer? And he's telling you that he can't remember everything that you told him. In any event, he has answered.
My lady, what troubled me with the answer is the fact that he now elevates the statement of Mr. Mola's authority to say it actually happened the way Mr. Mola described it. When we already, I reserved and I avoided dealing with that statement of Mr. Mola because these are some of the things that I wanted to dispel. And now he's taking me back to that statement so that now I need to challenge everything that is in that statement.
Then you should put your question in
that is where I'm coming from, my lady.
Yes, but you should put your question in a proper manner. He said to you, the question, it was a generalized question, and he has started testifying since in the morning. He won't remember everything that you have told him.
Doctor, if there had been those findings, I believe you would have recorded them in your opinion here, correct?
Let me just look at my
Sorry, doctor.
You are saying that I must agree with you that Mr. Ratsoso got adequate treatment at the NGO. I'm saying that I have difficulty to do so because there was quite a few deficits we found about the NGOs. For instance, unfortunately, I'll probably waste the time of the court because of my now memory that is, I'm tired. Like that would mean I'm confirming that the person got all the meals just at the highlights. They got all the meals at this NGO. He got all these medications. He came in with the records. He, it's quite an extensive things, and we found deficits in a whole number of those issues. There's even a statement, though it's not factual, of someone even disputing, alleging that he didn't know the identity of the deceased when he collapsed at the NGO. So there's too many areas for me to be able to conclusively say he got adequate treatment.
But equally, you can't say he did not.
Well, I think there are deficits that say he did not. The NGO, the starting point being that the NGO was not ready to even have him. We've discussed that.
Fact, sorry, doctor, to interrupt.
I was saying that, I mean, there's many, I'm starting to put my thoughts together to list these things, but properly. But I mean, the starting point, I mean, even if I can mention one, it should be enough for us to agree that I can therefore not conclude. The fact that the NGO was not ready to receive the patient. The patient was mismatched.
I'm going to stop you there, Ms. Asim. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you at the beginning. And the witness has already answered. Yes, let me hear you.
It's primarily the witness, I think, has already answered. But just to say again that he also answered this earlier when my friend himself put to the witness what the problems were and the lack of readiness of the NGOs and so on. And it's late in the day. The witness has been cross-examined ad nauseum this morning. And
this is the third day.
It's not fair to the witness now to be repeating these questions.
Mr. Pitlela? Please avoid repeating questions.
My lady, I'm going to zip it for now. Then let's set the bet.
Yes, I'm just, are you done with Charity Razoto?
Yeah, that was the last question I want to put to the witness with reference to Mr. Razoto.
Yes, but as you're going to deal with the others, please don't repeat the questions.
I will not be
the evidence
it.
About the deficiencies at the at the NGOs is on record. You took the witness in the morning on a number of documents, and he responded.
Let's quote please, my lady. Doctor, I want us to move to that is page 37473 of your report.
You are not going to, I can't hear anything, Mr. Pichel.
My lady, I'm saying it's Mr. Aaron Ngondwane on page 37473 of the good doctor's report or opinion.
37473.
73. Let's quote, please. Yes, my lady. This connection is just impossible. Yes, doctor. Now, you expressed the fact that Mr. Ngondwane there was a failure of treatment or healthcare or negligence in terms of his treatment. Is that correct?
Yes, I did state that, Counsel.
Yes. And in your report, you noted that he was at Anchor Home, correct?
Yes.
Do you still stand by that?
Let me just check where did I get it from. The death I reported as at CCRC on the 7th of February.
By so saying, you are exonerating Anchor Home from the involvement in Mr. Ngondwane's death, correct?
Let me just can I just check, or if you can guide me, where he after the holiday, where he returned to?
Okay, you may do so. Miss Asimi can also assist here. I'm also checking myself.
But in terms of your report, you say after
just a second, he just wants to verify. Let him verify, Mr. Pitlel. On page, I don't know whether let me just go to the page first, but I'm just checking my notes, personal notes here. Yes, on page, I think, 6067. This will be the opinion of Dr. Stewart. On paragraph 2.1, the background history, it appears he died at CCRC.
Yes, it looks like he was at CCRC.
Yes, Mr. Pitlela wants to know as to whether you still stand by what you have included in your report.
No, then it will be at CCRC, not Anchor Home.
Also, you made a mistake here.
There was quite a bit of movement between Anchor Home and
CCRC.
And CCRC. I would have to just double check that if it was go over the record as to why, if it was a mistake, why would there have been such a mistake?
Okay, can we move on?
So your report on Mr. Ngondwana, because the question I asked you is simple. Are you then exonerating Anchor Home from the death of Mr. Ngondwana?
If Mr. Ngondwana came back from the leave of absence and went back to CRC, then he was not at Anchor Home, he was at CRC. So whatever I've described would apply to CRC.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, can we move?
Now, testimony has already been led with regard to Mr. Decker. I have no intention of repeating that testimony. There's just a few things that I want your clarity, Doctor, please, if you may. Now, we know that Mr. Decker was previously treated for bed sores. And if you were thorough in terms of your reading of the document, you would have noted that he had a history of bed sores and was treated even way before he came to the NGO.
Is that on the life testimony records, Council?
Yes. Even if you read the post-mortem and the opinions, they'll also tell you the same thing of his history, where he comes from, his accident, how he became paralyzed, and all those conditions that he suffered, and the comorbidities that he endured. Because I'm trying to save time, but if you want, I can refer you to individual documents.
Just to jet in, I don't know where you're going, but just to assist the doctor, if you look at the opinion of Dr. Makoba on page 4806. paragraph, let me see, 4806. I think that summary is on paragraph 2.
One that says prior to the above mentioned admission, the most
Come again?
the one that paragraph 2, the brief overview of the circumstances surrounding
Yes,
the death.
yes. Just look at it.
Okay.
Yes, I think.
Yes, it looks like he had been admitted for the bed sores on the 6th of October and 9th of October on this report.
Yes, but there is something that, let me see whether it's mentioned here or I jumped the gun. I don't know whether there was something about a previous, okay. If you look at paragraph, is it 5? Let's see. Yes, paragraph 5.
The one that says, in my opinion, this death should be classified as unnatural.
Yes, yes.
Yes, he confirmed that he was at risk of bed sores, but doesn't say when the bed sores started, my lady.
Okay, let's see. I don't know whether I'm not taking Mr. Pitlela's work now. You can read that in conjunction with paragraph 7 and 8.
Yes, paragraph 8, my lady, does say that the user had been treated for bed sores from February 2016.
Mm-hmm. Yes, let's hear what Mr. Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Pitlela.
Yes. Now, when Mr. Decker was received on the 12th of May 2016, it was noted that he had spots all over his body, or he had bed sores and he was very weak.
Yes, Council.
Yes. Now, as early as February 2016, I had the proposition being put forward that bed sores are indicative of negligent care being administered. But, and I want you, doctor, to assist me in that regard as a clinician. Or are there circumstances where bed sores can arise even under the best possible care being administered?
Yes, my lady, the bed sores can arise, but you manage them, you minimize them. If Mr. Franz Decker moved from Life Esidimeni to the home where he to the home, then he would not have been a suitable person to place in an NGO, unless it was an NGO that is designed to look after people with frail care, who need frail care.
Yes. And would you then say that the placing of Mr. Decker in an NGO placed him at a higher risk of death? If one puts it
as I've said about almost all of these cases, they were not suitable. They were mismatched for the NGOs. So was he. So was Franz Decker.
Now, I want to understand one thing, Doctor, from your point of view, because it appears that there was a Dr. Chivase, that is on paragraph 7, page 4807, paragraph 7 at the bottom. And this is a cause for concern because it appears that Dr. Chivase was the treating doctor at Kalafong Hospital. And she expresses an opinion that as the attending medical practitioner, the dissident died due to natural causes, and the formulation of the cause of death being sepsis due to bed sores. Now, you would agree with me that the treating doctor would be in a better position to determine how a person could have died or being affected medically than somebody who comes after the fact, like a pathologist.
You think that I just got, there was a bit of noise. A treating doctor is better positioned to comment on the cause of death than a pathologist. Is that the question?
I would say, yeah, more or less. Let's take it from that one first.
It will depend on what. It's a too general question as well.
Okay, let's try and phrase it then. Let's try and phrase it and make it more digestible or more direct. That's an objection, my lady. So.
Thank you. Ms. Hasim?
My lady, my learned friend is asking this witness to comment on Dr. Makoba's pathology report. Dr. Makoba has provided evidence to this inquest, and he could have been asked about this, and he did in fact address this in his evidence. I don't see the value or the fairness in putting this question to Dr. Talatala. I really suggest we move on from it.
Yes, Mr. Pihlela?
Lady, if the learned senior counsel can have regard to paragraph 12 of Dr. Makoba's report, he indicated many a times, even when I canvassed this issue with him, that he defers to the opinion of the clinicians. Now, on this aspect, the question that I took issue with was him overruling the findings of Dr. Chivase on the basis of speculation, because he was saying there might have not been information, she might have not had this, might have not had that. So I don't understand what the objection is about.
Just before I hear Ms. Hasim, Isn't it this was deferred to a clinician, right? Because he said he's just a pathologist and not in a position to reliably comment on the adequacy and correctness of the treatment provided at the NGOs. Was that not the reason for the opinion to be deferred, that for the deferment to a clinician? That's how I understood this evidence, unless if I'm wrong.
My lady, from what I understand, I don't know if Ms. Hasim wants to take it on, but my understanding and the questions that I was posing to Dr. Makoba were with reference to his decision to
You'll bear with me, it's already late. That's why I didn't excuse the doctor. I just left him there.
Yeah, because it was on his decision to overrule.
Just step aside, doctor. Yes.
My lady, it was with his decision to overrule the findings of Dr. Chebase, and the basis upon which he overruled her was on the assumption that Dr. Chebase did not have the information about the motor vehicle accident in 1999. And that is where we're saying we're speculating, because he never even requested or spoke to Dr. Chebase and found out exactly whether she actually had regard to the information or not. And this is where there was a difference. And this issue was deferred for a clinician who will come and maybe cast more light. Okay. So that is the basis upon which I'm questioning. It's nothing more, nothing.
I don't think I agree with you. Let me hear Ms. Hasim. And if the evidence leader can say, one of them can say something, and then we close it. Ms. Hasim?
Lady, I must admit, I'm now quite confused. I don't understand the question that is being put to Dr. Talatala. He has provided an opinion on Mr. Franz Decker based on, amongst others, Dr. Makoba's report.
Correct. Yes.
So he's done that. Whether the Dr. Makoba was right or wrong in overriding the earlier doctor's opinion, how is Dr. Talatala going to assist us with that?
Can I hear Mr. Late?
My lady, I'm just as confused as Mr. Sim is. And furthermore, Dr. Makoba explained the difference between his findings and the findings or the reports of the hospital. He says that often the mechanism of death is confused with the cause of death. And that was his explanation for the difference. And I don't understand where Mr. Pichlela is going.
Yes, last chance, Mr. Pichlela, and then I close the matter.
My lady, all I wanted to establish was whether it's an ordinary occurrence in the medical profession or not.
Why is it necessary? We've got the two experts.
It is.
I'm not going to allow this question. Can we move on? It's now 4:10. I don't know where we're going. It's a Friday afternoon. It's 4:10 now. You still have questions?
Plenty of questions, my lady.
Miss, can I hear the evidence? No, Miss Hasim. Okay. Before then, Mr. Late.
Yes, my lady. I think another date must be arranged with the witness. Myself had plans for the weekend to go away, and because it's a long weekend also, and we had the same situation with Dr. Makoba, Professor Pinaar, who couldn't finish his evidence because more people still wanted to cross-examine. So I think somewhere in future, or if possible next week, whether
next week we're having how many days? 4 days in the week, and already Tuesday.
4 days. At this stage, only Professor Pinaar. I'm still waiting for Mr. Sibara to come back to me on the question of Cassandra Chambers. He hasn't returned to me yet. I have communicated with Mr. Pishlela. He wants to cross-examine Professor Tintinger. I'm busy arranging for.
There is also, if I can just make a note.
Will be available.
So Mr. Pihlelo is still to cross-examine Professor Tintinger?
Yes, on behalf of
Precious Angels.
Yes.
Yes, and then if I may ask, just I understand, but I don't want to keep you long. I think the dates can be arranged. You will arrange the date with the evidence leader, Mr. Pihlela. I just wanted to find out, we still have, is it Karina Morale, am I correct? The two who are still, no, it should be Dr. Sikukuni and Ms. Mokhojwa.
That's correct, my lady. I received a message from Dr. Sikukuni today that they do want to cross-examine the doctor.
Do they have legal representation?
Not yet. I don't know where they stand. She just asked me to inform the court that they definitely want their legal representative to cross-examine the witness as soon as they get help.
Are they in the proceedings, Dr. Sikukuni?
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
We are in the proceedings.
We need to know what is happening, because we need to move on. We cannot just prolong this thing indefinitely.
We are
still waiting. We are still waiting. We followed up this week with the Krugersdorp branch that is facilitating the whole thing to the province, escalating it, judge. However, they take their time in responding.
Mr. Pihlela, where are you? I'm going to make the request again to assist us. We're having this long weekend. Can you please, during the course of next week, even if it's on Thursday or Friday, I'm going to ask you either from Tuesday, you see what you can do, because we need to finalize this piecemeal evidence that is keeps on being left behind.
Yes, the court pleases me.
Yes, please, they talk. You are the person who can talk to the legal aid on behalf of this court, just to check what is happening. And maybe you can perhaps highlight to them, indicate as to where the proceedings are, or where we stand now, please. And then, are these the only people that are left now? These are the only two, ne? Mr. Late?
Yes, it's us, Judge, the two together with our employee.
I remember that lady who has to testify.
Yes, Mavis. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Where is the witness? Doctor, where are you?
Yes, I'm here, my lady.
Yes, I can't see you. I just want to inform you that you will just bear with us. Your evidence is not yet complete. Arrangements will be made with you to come back for another day just to finalize your cross-examination and or your evidence. That is then when you will be excused. As of now, I take it that you know the rules. You have taken an oath, so you need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you are finished testifying and is excused by this court. The proceedings are therefore adjourned. We will resume our proceedings on, is it Tuesday? Because Monday is a holiday. Ne?
On Tuesday, the 22nd, my lady.
Yes, on the 22nd of, the proceedings are therefore adjourned to the 22nd of March, 2022. I think Ms. Hasim will have to make the necessary arrangements with you. Thank you very much.
May I please support, my lady?
Thank you.
My lady, if I may just get clarity, are we continuing with the evidence of the good doctor on that date?
We don't know. A date still has to be arranged. Remember, Tuesday we're going to continue with the evidence of Professor Pinar as far as arrangements are already made. I think that's how I understood Ms. Marriott and Mr. Late. Thank you very much. That's why I'm informing the doctor that arrangements will be made with him as to when he will come to testify. Thank you.
Please, my lady.
Thank you very much. Thank you, doctor, for your time.
Thanks, my lady.
Thank you.
As the court, please, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.